Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the joy of painting. This is a wet-on-wet painting technique, and each week I'll take you step by step through a beautiful oil painting. If you've been with us before, I'm glad to see you again. If this is your first time with us, drag up your paints and your big brush, come along and paint with us. And let's go ahead and get started and talk a little bit about what we're going to do up here. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white. And this makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to blend color right here on the canvas. And now I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me. And it'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Now I'm going to start with an 2-inch brush today and go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson and just really tap the brush into the color. Just tap it. This assures a nice even distribution of paint all the way through the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Let's go right in here and just make little crisscross strokes, little X's, and put in a little tiny bit of pink, just like so. Using very little pressure, just apply it right on the canvas. Don't want that to get too bright. We don't want to set the sky on fire. We just want a little pinkish glow in the sky. Okay, now then I'll take the same old dirty brush, add a little more of the crimson and a tiny, tiny bit of phthalo blue. Proportionately, we want much, much more crimson than blue. And I'm just mixing this right on the brush to make a nice lavender color, nice purplish color. Okay, let's go up here and sort of test it. Now, sort of test it up here. If it's not the color you want, stop and change it. You can fix it. This is your world, and you can create any type of illusion that you want here. You're the boss on this canvas. You can do anything, anything. Okay, a little more paint. And just sort of let that play around. I'm going to add a little more blue to that. A tiny bit more blue there. Today I thought we'd do a nice painting. It's very soft and very quiet. And it'll make you happy. It's a very easy little painting. There we go. And down here I'll just clean the brush off. Just like so. Okay, now then, let's clean our brush. We clean our brushes with odorless thinner. And be sure it's odorless or you'll be working by yourself. Shake off the excess. And right down here I have a box I shake the brush into. And then, this is where you take out all your frustrations. Maybe the absolute most fun of this whole technique. Okay, now let's take the clean brush and go right back up here and just blend the sky together. Still using little crisscross strokes. Still using them back and forth. Back and forth. There we go. Okay. And you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. You can blend it till you lose all the little variations that you have. And personally, I like to leave some of those in there. But when you're doing your painting, you look at it and you do it the way that you want it. Okay, there we go. And that quickly, we have a very effective little sky. And we'll just use long strokes here to take out any brush marks. Okay. And that gives us a happy little sky. Now then, let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue and the alizarin crimson. We'll just mix it together. Still, we have a little bit more of the crimson than we do blue. We're still working with a nice lavender color. Pull it out very flat and then cut across it. So there's a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. There we go. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little mountain that lives right along here. And you're really pushing this paint right into the fabric. Really get firm with it. You're not going to hurt this canvas. Shoot, they make tents out of it. It's tough. Really push it in. Use a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. And the only thing you're worried about is this nice outside shape here. You could care less what's happening down here. Okay. And that gives us a basic little mountain shape. Now then, let's go back to our large brush and grab that and pull it. Just pull it. Now that's mixing with the liquid white. And automatically it gets lighter toward the base. And if you can see the entire mountain, it should be lighter at the bottom than it is at the top. And as we've said on previous shows, because at the bottom you have mist, and now we have pollution, and these things have a tendency to break up and diffuse light, so it looks softer at the bottom. Now, by just taking the knife here, we can create the illusion of highlights and shadows. Just push very firmly. You can take the least little touch of titanium white. We want these mountains to be far, far away so they don't have much detail. Just barely touch. Smallest amount of the titanium white. And I'm rubbing it. Okay, let's put a little tiny bit right there. Then we can just rub that right in. See, and it creates the illusion of all kind of things happening without you actually doing a whole bunch. And it keeps that mountain looking like it's far, far away. Far away, far away. There we go. Maybe a little touch right in there. Wherever. You just make a decision in your mountain and put it wherever you want it. And then we can tap that and blend it a little bit. And that mountain should look just like it's just laying there and just floating in the sky. Very soft, very quiet. Okay, let's have some fun. Now maybe there's a little footy hill that lives right down here. So we'll just keep using this old 2-inch brush. I'm going to take a little blue, a little bit of crimson, and I'll just mix them right on the brush. We'll add a tiny little bit of white in there too. So we've got alizarin crimson, a little bit of phthalo blue, and a touch of white, okay? And I'm just tapping the brush, just tapping it. Let's go right back up here. Maybe there's a little foothill that lives right here. And all you need is just the corner of the brush and just begin laying in some basic shapes. Just sort of let your brush touch and pull downward. Touch, pull downward, straight down. Straight down. And maybe they come right on down here, wherever you want them. A little more paint. There we go. There they are, just right on down. Now then, I want to create the illusion of mist right under the bottom of this foothill. So I'll take a clean 2-inch brush. I'm going to come right here and tap firmly. Maybe you can hear that, tapping very firmly. And that'll create the illusion of mist at the base of these foothills. Just like so. Okay. And then very lightly lift upward. Just lift it straight up, and then blend it out. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe there's another layer of foothills in there. So let's go right into the same color, alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, but I want it a little bit darker. As things get closer to you in the landscape, they should get a little darker in value. Okay, let's go right back here. Let's start right here, and maybe we'll just bring this one down and let it drop. There it is, there it is. Just right on down. Right on down. See, it's a little bit darker so it stands out. Might even add the smallest touch of sap green to that. The smallest touch. I just want to begin giving the indication of a little green far, far back here. Okay, then we'll take our clean, dry brush. And once again, I want to create that illusion of mist down here at the bottom, so we tap very firmly. Very firmly, and you're using just the area you can see, just the top corner of the brush. Strike the canvas, just like so, just like that. And that easy. You have mist right at the bottom of that foothill, and then lift upward. There. Isn't that something? Okay, we'll wash the old brush here. I like to wash the brush. That's the most fun part. Of course, everybody in the studio is covered. Okay, now then, let's begin putting some little things that are happening way back in the distance. I'm going back into this lavender color I made and add a tiny bit of sap green, just the smallest amount. And all I'm doing is tapping, just still tapping. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe back in here, way back in here, there's just a little soft hill. Lives way back here. Very gentle. There. And we're going to put layer after layer after layer of little hills back here. Now, if you live in the Carolinas or someplace that have the beautiful, beautiful hills, this is a super way to make them. You can make all those beautiful mountains that you have in that area the same way. Just leave this big one out. There we go. A little bit more color on the brush. Maybe, I tell you what, maybe there's one that comes from this direction. I want to add a little touch more of blue in there. There we are. That's better. Now we want them to get a little darker as they get closer. So all we're doing is just tapping very gently. Okay. Okay, a little more of the green into that color. And you have to make almighty decisions here. Maybe this one comes right down. There it is. Look at that. See, now each time you do this, you're creating planes in here. And each plane that you add into your painting makes your painting look deeper. It shows much more depth in it. And of course, we're not interested in that almighty dollar, but if you should be, that's what sells the painting. There we go. There we go. See, just layer after layer after layer. I tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Let me grab a fan brush here. And we'll mix up same old color, phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and I'm going to add a little bit of white to that. A little bit of white. There we go. A little bit more of the crimson. Good. Okay, let me wipe the knife off. Now, we're going to load this fan brush full of paint. Just really load it full. Wiggle it in there. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe back here lives a happy little tree, a little evergreen tree. Now, just sort of touch it to give you a center, and then give it a little upward push. Sometimes you make evergreens by pushing down, sometimes by pushing upward. Today I thought we'd do it upward. Look at all the little things happen there. Look at that. Look at that. Cute little tree. And we don't want him to get lonely, so let's give him a happy little friend. His little friend lives right there. Trees need friends too. We all need a friend. There he is. Okay. And you know what happens if there's two trees, sooner or later, them little son of a guns are going to get together, and here's a little tree. And he lives right here beside him. Just like so. Okay. And your painting, you put as many trees as you want. I'm going to put 3 right there. Maybe, I tell you what, let's have a little tree, a little tiny tree. Lives right there. And we make him the same way, only smaller. Just make him a little smaller. And go out and study trees. Make friends with trees. You know, I talk about going out in the woods and sitting around and talking to trees. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way you learn what makes a tree look like a tree. Spend some time with nature. Let it become your good friend. I'll put some more trees right out in there. See there, you can just put trees wherever you want them. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take this brush, and see right here at the base, I'm going to take this brush and just begin picking up some of that color and tapping. All I'm doing is tapping. Now I'm going to begin adding a little color to that, a little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, just very lightly, and then again creating little highlights on all these little hills. Just let them all blend together. Just a nice soft little meadow back here. I'm gonna add a little Indian yellow, and here and there, a little touch of bright red. Tiniest little amount of the red though. There we go, just to highlight a little. Don't get carried away. All right. Okay, and I'm just sort of mixing all of these yellows and reds together on the brush. There we are. Just let them go. See how that begins to soften and it creates the illusion of depth. And that's what we're looking for. All right. I'll tell you what, let's go back into this same old color. The blue, and the crimson, and the white. Get the old brush all loaded up here. A lot of paint. Let's go back up here. Maybe in here, some more little trees. Just give it a little push upward. And once again, in your painting, you put as many or as few trees as you want. But the more you make, the more practice you get. And if there's a secret to painting, it's practice. It's practice. The more you paint, the easier it becomes. It's like anything else. When you first started tying your shoe, probably didn't work first time. You had to practice it a few times. And now you can do it without even looking. And it's the same way with painting. Pretty soon you can do it, and it's almost, it just happens. You don't have to worry about how to load this brush. You can spend your thinking time worrying about composition and begin looking at things in the painting. That's when it's fun. That's when you truly experience the joy of painting. Maybe, tell you what, maybe right here, this old tree, he didn't make it. In nature, you have trees that, maybe somebody stepped on them when they was little and they got a little hurt in them. And they died. But you have dead trees in nature too. So put some of those in your painting. It makes them look real. Okay, we'll just drop in another little tree or two. Okay, then once again, we just grab the bottom of that and let it go. Tap it right on out. Then we can take our liner brush, and I'll use a little bit of the liquid black on it, and just put a little indication here and there of a few old limbs that are still hanging off these dead trees back here. Isn't that easy? We got her. Okay. Now then, take some more blue and some more crimson. There we go. All right, let's come right down here. And here comes another hill. And all we're doing is initially laying in the base color, the dark color. Just like so. And don't cover it completely. Leave some of these areas that are light in here. These will create all kinds of beautiful effects when you're finished. And as you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. So learn to work with these things. Anything that happens, learn to use it. Learn to use it. Let it be your friend. Sometimes you have a tendency to fight painting. And just work with whatever happens. Whatever happens. There we go. See, and you begin creating the curvature of the land here, or the lay of the land. Just sort of let your mind wander and enjoy. Painting should make you happy. It should really make you happy. There we go. You know, the one thing, if painting teaches you nothing else, it teaches you to look at nature. I get letters every day from fantastic people that say, Bob, I've looked at the tree in my front yard ever since it was a little baby, and I never really seen it till I started painting. And that's true. That's so true. Painting, it teaches you to see, to appreciate. Pretty soon you're riding down the street and you say, oh my gosh, look at that tree. That tree's made of sap green with a little blue in it, or that cloud can be done with a fan brush. Of course, you have to be careful. You wreck the car when you're doing things like that. But okay, I'm going to add the least little touch of white and a little bit of red right on the brush, just tapping it in, just tapping. Okay, maybe there's a little light that plays right through here. I want this to be a little bright area right in there. So all I'm going to do is just sort of tap that on, and maybe like right there, right there, right there. I just go right into a little bit of yellow, add a little green to that, and I'm using all the yellows here. A little touch of the red, touch of the red. It's very strong. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, we can begin just tapping on some highlights here. See there? Look at that, look at that. And once again, begin thinking about the lay of the land. Just sort of let it flow. Because on this piece of canvas, you can create anything. Anything. There we go. See now, if you want to create little hills, it should be brighter on top than it is down here. And that gives the illusion of a little hill, like a light striking up here, and let it get darker, 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 darker as it works down. Just let it go. You know, I've painted thousands and thousands of paintings, and I still get excited when I see it work. It's so fantastic. There we go. Look at all the little hills and little ridges, and you can do it. You can do it. There we go. See that little bright area is it just shows up, little sun striking right through there. Be pretty when it's done. Little touch right there. Okay, let's really have some fun now. I'm gonna go right into the midnight black, and I'm gonna add a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Just mix it right on the brush. A lot of paint, a lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's some big trees that live in here. And I think one lives right there. And all I'm gonna do is just tap. Just tap, just come right down, like so. Just tap it in. And I have several fan brushes going here, so I don't have to wash them. Take a little bit of the white right on this brush, and watch here. We're gonna come right down this edge, right down the edge. And we'll put some highlight right on that tree. And that easy, you have a nice strong tree trunk. That was fun. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Same color, little brown and black. Now you have to make a decision. Where does the trees live in your painting? I know, right there. There he comes. And all these trees aren't perfectly straight like telephone poles. Let them have a little character. Trees are like people. Each one has its own individual personality. Oh, I feel there ought to be one right there, right across the mountain. Every tree's different. Once again, spend some time with nature. Go out and talk to a tree. Don't matter if people think you're crazy. Us painters, you know, they think we're a little weird anyway. So that's all right. That's all right. Tell you what, maybe, okay, right here. We'll have a smaller tree that lives right here on this little hill. We'll push him back, like that. Okay, let's go over the other side here. We don't want this side to have all the trees, so we'll put, there's one right there. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Just drop him on. This is just black with brown. Big one right there. Big old tree. A little more of the brown. Big old tree. He comes right down like that. See there? Look how easy they were to make. And we'll take our other fan brush that has the white on it, and very quickly you can just go right along here and just drop on a little bit of highlight. Remember which side the light's coming from. And if you're right-handed, it's normally easier to have the light coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it'll vary from person to person. Okay, let's go right along here. And just drop on some little things, like so, just like so. Okay, let's take a liner brush, and I'm gonna put a little bit of the liquid black out here on my palette. Take our liner brush, and I'm add a little tiny bit of thinner to it, so it's very thin. Turn that brush, bring it to a nice point. Let's go right here. Now then, here and there, just drop on a few happy little limbs, little arms on the trees. Yeah, old trees got some arms. See, just wherever you think they should live. And old pine trees always have old broken ones all over. Look at that. Look at that. This is just liquid black with a little bit of thinner in it. And you can put as many or as few as you want. Few back in here. We don't want this old tree to be left out. There we go. Okay, let's go over here. Put a little bit right there. Right there. But this is a very nice painting if it's your first painting project. It works very well. If you've painted with me before, it's a painting that'll give you a lot of fun. There. Gives us a few indications of some limbs. Now then, let's take the old fan brush. I'm going to use some of the black still. And we'll drop a few little leaves on these trees. Okay, let's go right up here. Now we touch and give it a little upward push. Make little smiley faces. Just sort of make a decision where you think they live. Drop them in. Drop them in. Maybe, look here. There's a few on this old tree. Just like that. Let's put a few on this little tree. Leave some of the old trunk showing. Some on this one. All kinds of things happening. And just let them go. Just let them go. We'll give this tree some. There. See? All kinds of leaves here. And let some of the sky show through. And I'm going to go right into a little bit of the sap green with a touch of yellow on it. And come back and very gently highlight some of these. Isn't that easy? You have a beautiful old tree. And I think with that, we just about have a finished painting. So I think we'll call that one done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. We'll see you next time. Welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. And today we're going to do something very different, and I think you'll really enjoy it. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting. They'll come across in exactly the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, come on up here to the canvas. Let me show you something. I think you'll like this. Today I have a canvas, same size as I always use, 18 by 24, but I've taken contact paper and put around the entire canvas except for an oval right here in the center. This is just plain old contact paper that you buy at your local drugstore or hardware store, whatever, right over the canvas. And then we're going to paint a beautiful little painting in here and have some fun. So let's do it. Let's do it. Tell you what, I'm going to start out today with a little bit of the bright red, and then I'm going to go right up into a little touch of titanium white. A little more of the red, so I make a nice pinkish color, okay? Let's go right up here. And I'm just gonna put in a little tiny pink glow right there, just using little crisscross strokes. Just right across there. Okay, now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going into a small amount of phthalo blue. Small amount. It's very strong, very, very strong. And then right underneath the pink, a little tiny bit of blue, just across like that. This will be a very soft and very effective painting. Beautiful little painting. I think you're really going to enjoy it. I'm so excited about this one. Okay, now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going into the least little touch of phthalo green. Let me say that again, least little touch. Boy, that stuff's strong. It'll eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, I'm going to have some water in this painting, so I'm going to pull this right across, just like this. And water, unless it's moving, is level. So try to keep these strokes as straight as possible. See there? Try to keep it straight. You don't want your water to run out of your painting and get your floor wet. You'll be mad at me. Now leave a little area in here that's unpainted. That'll end up being very pretty. Now I have several brushes going so I don't have to clean them. Okay, now right here where this blue and pink go together, I'm just going to blend this till it's nice and soft. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Look at that. And then very lightly, just take the brush strokes out. Down here in the water, all the way across. See how smooth and gentle that is now? But your little light area right there still remains. Okay, let's have some fun now. Now then, let's get dangerous. I'm gonna go into the midnight black, just a little of it on the fan brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, I want some contrast in this sky. So I'm gonna take this and just dance it around, let it play. Just let it go. Ooh, look at that. I bet you're upset with me now. Just let all kinds of little things happen. This is just midnight black. Big old cloud lives right up here. Look at that. Just let it play. A little more of the paint. Maybe there's got a long finger that comes right out through there. Now, when you're doing yours, you put clouds wherever you want them. Don't try to just copy what we have here. Everybody sees nature differently. There. All right. Now then. Take a nice dry brush. Be sure your brush is dry. If it's wet at this point, you're going to become a mud mixer and you're going to be upset with me. Tiny, tiny little circles. And just begin very lightly, blending this. Just blend it. Little tiny circles. And I'm just using just the corner of the brush. Just the top corner of the brush. Very, very small little circles. There we go. Now then, with a clean fan brush, I'm going to go back and pick up a little bit more of my pink. That was the bright red, the titanium white. All right, now back up here. Now I'm going to just let some of this bounce right over this dark color. Just push it in. Get tough with it. Get tough with it. Just let it bounce and play. Look at that. Wherever you think it should be, that's where it should be. Now once again with our large brush, very gently, just barely grazing the canvas. This is 3 hairs and some air. Just caress it. Just caress it. This is your good friend. You don't want to hurt it, you just want to caress it. See, now very gently. Very gently. Just take the brush strokes out. And that easy, you have one fantastic sky. Isn't that pretty? I think you'll really enjoy doing that one. Okay, today, let's take the old round brush. And I'm going to go right into a little bit of the dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, a little sap green. Just mix them on the brush here. Tap. So you're really tapping that brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe there's some happy little trees that live. Yep, right there. You're right. You were right. There he is. See? And these are just little background things. They live back here, wherever you want them in your world. Oh, there's a nice one. There's a nice one. He got a little extra sunlight. Grew big, strong. A little more of the color. And wherever you want them. All right. And that quick, we have some nice little background trees. Now then, we'll just take a knife. I'm just using the small one, but either one will work. And just scratch in a few little stick and twig indications here. Or you can take your liner brush and paint them in. I find it a little faster just to drop them in with a knife. There we go. All right. Now then, same old dirty brush. Now I'm going to go right into the yellows. This is a little bit of yellow ochre, a little cad yellow. Shoot, we'll take a little Indian yellow and some sap green. And we just mix them right on the brush. Now my yellows are a little bit thinner than my other paints, so they mix easier. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, let's put some highlights on some of these. And I'm just taking the top corner of the brush, and all I'm doing, is just barely touching. Just barely touching. See, and make little forms and shapes in there. Okay, just look at that, look at that, look at that. Just drop it in. All kinds of little things. Let them happen. Let them happen. Remember, there's layers back here. There's not just one old bush living back here. There's layers. And that's what helps create the illusion of depth. Distance in your painting. And a least little touch of the red. Ooh, put a nice red one right there. That one will really stand out. Pretty little devil. Okay. A little color on that. And just sort of work these yellows and reds back and forth. Just to create whatever effect that you want. Remember, this is your world. And you can do anything that makes you happy on here. Any old thing. There we go. A little bit right there. And that quick, you have a very, very nice, effective little background. Now then, let's begin working forward on this and putting some more distance into it. I'm going to go right into these browns that I had. Same color I made the trees with. A little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown. Okay, let's put in some base color here. And all I'm going to do is just tap. Begin thinking about the lay of the land. How do you want your land to flow? I want it to sort of come down like that. Look at there. Just like so. Just like that. All right. You know, it's hard for me to believe with the completion of this series, we'll have over 100 half-hour shows. That's almost unreal to me. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Now I'm going to pull down a little bit of that color, and this will end up being reflections. Just pull it straight down like that. Look at there. See? Instant reflections. Very lightly go across. Just go right across. And then take another old brush here. Same size. It's a 2-inch brush. We'll go into a little green, a little yellow. And I'm just going to tap some of these colors on here. Same colors we used to highlight the trees in the back. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, begin at the most distant area and start working forward. All we're doing, see, I'll do that real slow so you can see it. Just tap. And you work in layers. Work in layers. Okay, here comes another layer. And let it follow through. It's just like bowling. See, let it follow through there. Just let it come right on down. Layer after layer after layer. However many layers that you want. Wherever you want it to go. Okay. See there? That easy. Creates the illusion of land back here. And painting is just games of illusions. That's really all it is. Okay, now let's take the knife, take a little bit of brown, and back in here we'll put the indication of a little bit of dirt. Got to have something for all these little things to live on. Just a little brown. This is a little Van Dyke, just rubbing it on. And I'll take a little brown and white, same color, just brown and white, and add the least little touch of highlight here and there. Don't overdo, just a little. That's super. A little bit of the liquid white, cut across it, and we'll put a happy little water line back here. Not too much. This is done with a very firm pressure. You're really cutting into the canvas. Just get tough with it. Just get tough with it. And keep these lines basically straight. You don't want your water to run right out of your painting. Okay, I'll add a little bit more of the browns here. Let's go right here. So you just keep making decisions and build plane after plane. As many planes as you want in your world. Complete the area that's the farthest away first and work forward. A few little happy reflections just by pulling straight down. Going across. Very light. Just whisper light. Now I have two brushes going here, so I don't have to clean them each time. Go back into my brush. It has the yellows on it. Tap a little color. Put a little bit of the bright red on there. There we go. Let's go up here. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that. Just all kinds of little things. There. And if you want one to stand out, add a little brighter color to it. Look at there. See, that little hill now stands out from all the rest. Maybe we'll make that one stand out a little more too. Okay, we need a little bit of ground area underneath this one. Don't want it to get upset because it doesn't have any. Okay, a little bit of the brown and white highlight color, just barely touch. Barely touch. Then I'll just tap a little color in there, and that'll bring all that together. Okay, that's such a pretty little area. Shoot, if I was there, I'd have to have a little cabin right there. Let's do that. Let's go right into some Van Dyke Brown. And right here, we'll start with the back eave. Just drop that in. Then do the other side of the roof. That easy. Need a little front on this little rascal. Both sides. Need a side. Don't want that to fall off. Gotta put a side on him. Okay. Now then, let's just take a little bit of the brown and white here. And we'll just put a little highlight on the roof. This is an old cabin. I like to do old buildings. If you've painted with me before, you know that. I like these old buildings. Take a little bit of light color, light brown right there, and just highlight it a little touch so it stands out. A little bit of highlight on the boards. Just shoot. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Now I'm just gonna take the point of the knife and cut through and make the indication of little boards. I tell you what, let's get the small knife. This small knife gets in these little places a lot better. This guy's like me. He ran out of storage space and he built a little shed right there. See it? That easy. You got a happy little shed. You need a little highlight on the top of the shed. It's got a little roof on it too, so it doesn't leak. There. There we go. A little bit of highlight on that area. Now keep this right in here, very dark. Very dark. Because not much light's going to hit in there. Let's put a little door right there. We need a way to get in and out of this nice little cabin. A little touch of lighter. I'm still using a small knife. Okay, I'm going to take a little tiny bit of blue and white and put the indication. Maybe there's a little window right there, and we'll put one right there. Just the least little hint of blue. Okay, now then, let's take a fan brush. We will use some yellows and some greens. All right, let's go right up here. Now then, we can just pop in some happy little bushes, and this cleans up the bottom of the cabin. Just cleans it all up. And this guy's like me. He didn't cut his lawn very well, and it's growing up around the edge of his house. So let's them little weeds grow right up around his house. And maybe we can take the little knife here, put the indication of a little tiny path right there, just a little indication. All right. Now then, we got a little cabin. Got a little cabin. I'm going to put some water lines right under here. Use a little bit of the liquid white. Just like that. All right. Didn't I tell you this was a fun little painting? I knew you'd enjoy it. I knew you'd enjoy it. I'm going to use some of the browns and greens again. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's a big old tree and he lives. Yep, you're right. He lives right there. And he hangs right out there. That's what I used to do when I was a kid. I just would hang out. That's what this tree's doing. It's just sort of hanging out here, having a good time. There we go. Maybe he comes right on down here. All kind of little bushes are happening. There they go. Maybe, oh, look at there. Another little peninsula comes right out here. Just sort of let these things happen. Don't try to plan everything. Let them happen. Let them happen. That's when it becomes fun. Okay, now very lightly, we'll pull a little touch of that down, like so. And that'll, as we know, will end up being reflections. Pull it down, very lightly, go across, very lightly. Now then, we need some land, so we just drop the land in now. There we go. A little bit of the brown and white. Maybe throw at least a little touch of blue in there. That'll give it a sort of a gray color. But don't overmix your color. Don't overmix it. Let all these things just sort of happen. All right, I'm going to take a little liquid white on my liner brush, and maybe over here there's a tree trunk. He's sort of a light color. Bloop. See there? Turn that brush. It makes all kinds of little things just happen. Makes it a little more interesting than just a straight old tree trunk. Give it a little turn, a little wiggle. All kinds of pretty things. And wherever you want them. Maybe there's one. Yep, it is right there. Okay. Now then we can put some highlights on that tree. We'll take some of the yellow, little sap green. Load this 2-inch brush full of paint. Really load it full. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, you don't want to cover all the dark. See, just highlight these. And if your paint is too thick and won't stick, add a tiny, tiny little bit of the liquid white or paint thinner. Either one. This is sticking very well, but if you're having trouble, that's the way you make it stick. You start with a very thick base color, very thick paint, and then you can add layers of thinner paint right over the top of it. Phew, look at all those little leaves happening there. See, and think about patterns here. Think about these limbs that create these little things. Don't just throw them in. Down here, we got some happy little bushes that live. Look at all them. Look at there. There's one, wherever you want them. Add a little bit of the red. We'll get bright. Ooh, nice one, nice one. Sometimes some of these colors happen. It makes me excited. They just jump right out there on you. Now, with just a clean knife, we can create the illusion of a few little sticks and twigs wherever you want them. A little bit of liquid white. And we'll put a water line right under this. See, that cleans up the bottom and sort of separates everything. Look at there. A few little ripples on the water. Keep those straight also. Most important. Most important. I tell you what, let's have some fun now. Watch right here. Let's bring the camera right up in here. I want you to see this very close. Okay, come right up here. All right, watch. Now we'll take the contact paper off. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? I told you you'd like that. Told you you'd like that. Now then, let's really have some fun. Already, doesn't that make a beautiful little painting? There lives a tree right here. Big tree. I know there's a big tree right here. I'm still using just the brown. Even going to go into a little bit of the blue and a little bit of crimson. There. And I want this to just sort of come right on around. What makes this interesting is that it breaks the borders. It breaks the borders. Just sort of let this sort of float around wherever you want it to go. Now, if you're interested in selling paintings, this one will load your wallet up. This is it. All these colors. All I'm doing is putting a dark base color in here so we can come back and put some highlights on them. Maybe. Yep, look at there. See, there's a little projection. It comes right out there. And you can make as many of these little projections, little peninsulas as you want in your painting. And they help create the illusion of depth, distance. I know you hear me say that over and over, but to me it's very important to have paintings that have depth in them. I don't like paintings that are flat. Now, very lightly go across. maybe we'll just bring this right on down. Oh no, let's have it come way on over here. Why not? Now when you're doing this, you let it go wherever you want it. See, just very lightly, very lightly. But isn't that exciting when you pull that contact paper off and there it sits? I think that's one of the most beautiful little paintings we've ever done in any of this series. It just makes you feel good. Okay, let me get a fan brush here. I'll go right into some of the browns. Okay, let's go up here. Let's put a happy little tree trunk right there. Right there. There, we'll give them a little friend. Trees get lonely. They need friends. Take a little bit of brown and white. Touch of the red. Touch of the red. Boy, it's so strong. Now then, let's just take the knife and just drop in some nice little highlights here and there. Just to make that old tree stand right out. Look at that. Just pops him right out there. Okay, now then, I'm going to take the liner brush, a little bit of liquid black on it, and just put the indication here and there. Hope you can see those. It's quite dark. We'll have some come right on out here. See there? Just some nice little limbs. There they come, wherever you want them. There's one over there. See, just as many of them or as few as you want. You can take a little bit of the liquid white and very lightly highlight them, make them stand out. Like so. Okay, back to my knife. I'm going to put a little land right here. Just sort of let it come right around. Want it to make it look like it just sort of goes around the corner. Bloop. A little bit of the brown and white highlight. Like that. A little bit of liquid white. That'll cut us in a nice little water line. All right. Now then, let's go back to our 2-inch brush that has the color on it. And let's begin putting in some little highlights. All we're doing here is just barely tapping the yellows and the greens. See, don't kill all your darks. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it is so important. If you kill all those darks, then you're going to lose your depth in your tree. You're going to lose it. See, that dark makes that really stand out. And as I said earlier, if you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of liquid white or a little bit of thinner, either one. The liquid white will make your color a little lighter. If you use thinner, the color remains the same, but the paint gets thinner, so that's why they call it thinner, huh? All right. You didn't think I knew that. There. Okay, now, once again here, you're working in layers. See, create one layer at a time and work forward, 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 forward. It's most important that you do that. And create the illusion of little bushes and little trees and all these little happy things. So let a little of this color just wander right on over here. We don't know where it goes. I really hope you've enjoyed this painting as much as I've enjoyed bringing it to you. This was something I worked on for quite a while. And I've been waiting to show it to you because I knew you'd be excited about it. I'll tell you what, I think we're about ready to sign that one. Take a little bit of the bright red on my liner brush. Let's go right here. We'll sign this one, call it finished. And once again, I really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's been a great pleasure bringing it to you. And so, from all of us here, until next time, happy painting. God bless. Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a nice, beautiful little winter scene that's sort of warm and has a beautiful little glow in it. I think it'll make you happy. So let's have them start off and run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, and they'll come across in the same order as I have them on my palette. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick, and it's all ready to go. Let's have some fun. Start today with a little 1-inch brush. Go into a little bit of cad yellow and the tiniest little amount of the bright red. Tiny little amount. Can't say that enough. Just work a little bit into the bristles. Let's go right up here. I'm going to have a sun in this painting, so we'll have the sun right about there. And we start off just making a little circle. That's all you got to do. Like so. Okay, now I'm going to wash the brush. And we wash our brushes in odorless thinner. Just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now then, I'm going to go into titanium white. And we'll come right down here and get a little touch of alizarin crimson. Just like so. Okay, now let's go right up in here and we'll work this in using little crisscross strokes, little X's. Now if you'll use these little crisscross strokes rather than drawing a big circle, it's much easier to blend all these colors together. I'd really recommend you use these little strokes. Okay, like so. Maybe I'll add the least little touch of crimson here and make it a little bit brighter so you can see it better on your set. Sometimes some of these colors are so soft it's hard to see. And we'll bring it right on out like that. Normally when we're doing these paintings for television, we paint a little brighter than we would at home. So when you're painting at home, you paint any way that makes you happy. Bring it right on down like that. Okay, I'm going to go to a 2-inch brush. It's a little bit faster now. Go right into the crimson, tiniest little bit. Tiniest little bit. And then I'm going to add just a small amount of the dark sienna to the crimson. Make a very warm brown. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, very lightly, right around here. Still making the little crisscross strokes. Very soft, quiet. Gentle little sky, but very effective. Very effective. This is the type painting that people put in their living rooms to just make it look warm. They're good sellers if you're interested in selling paintings. So many people write and tell me that they're selling paintings and they never even believe they could paint. Boy, that really makes me happy when people write and tell me that. And it's not the money. The money's not important. It's what it does to your ego and inside here. Because if somebody's willing to pay you for something you painted with your hand, then makes you want to go home and paint 10 more paintings. That's what's important. It's not the money. Going right into Van Dyke Brown. Sometimes I talk too much. I have to hush, get excited. Van Dyke Brown, still making a little crisscross. Now this is mixing with the liquid white, and all of these beautiful little things just happen. Okay, a little bit more of the brown, and right there. Right there. Look at that. Well, it looks just like an egg I cooked this morning. Bad news. I'm not much of a cook. I'll just lay a little tiny bit of this brownish color down in here. And without even cleaning the brush, the least little touch of phthalo blue. Tiniest little amount, okay? And we'll just lay a little bit of that, just here and there. Just here and there. And you can add a little alizarin crimson. I'm just putting some colors down here. Don't worry about blending them together or mixing them at this point. All right, let's lay that brush down. And I have several of these 2-inch brushes going. And I'm going to go right up here and begin blending, still using the little crisscross strokes. And you really want to blend this out. Just blend it, blend it, blend it. Working outward. You don't want to bring the dark color in toward the center. Blend it outward. There. And you want to blend this till you can't tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Very soft and very gentle. And then very lightly, just take out the brush strokes. And if you happen to get a hair on your canvas like I did there, just take the corner of the brush and pop it off. That's all there is to it. Now then, let's have some fun. We'll put a sun up in here. And for that, I'm going to use my finger. Let's go right here. Take a little white, and I'm just going to rub it right in. Just make a little circle. Sun looks a little better if it's round. Them square suns sort of bother you. There you go. See? And you just push that right in there and make a little circle. Now, if you tried blending that, it would smear. So take your knife, come right up here and watch. Take your knife and just go, whoop, take it right off. The value, or the color, remains in the canvas. Now you can come along here and see, you can blend that. Isn't that easy? That easy. You have a happy little sun. All right. And that completes our sky. Now we can have some fun and begin painting. Now you have to make a decision here. Okay, I'm going to use a round brush. Go into Van Dyke Brown, little dark sienna, and I'm just going to mix them on the brush. Just tap it. See, just tap. There we go. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here. And then we'll start at the base of this tree and work upward. So automatically it's going to mix with the liquid white, and it's going to be darker at the bottom than it is on the top. And you have your shadows without even trying. Darker, darker, darker down toward the bottom. There we go. Maybe there's a happy little tree or bush that lives there. Begin thinking about the lay of the land, or the way the ground flows. I'm going to have a little hill here, so that's what I'm again working on. We're not worried a great deal about detail at this point, but all we're interested in is the general lay of the land. Oh, there's another one. See, just let these little things just sort of fall out of your brush. They live in there. Sometimes you have to tap them out a little bit, but they live in there. There we go. And we'll pull a little bit of that color down, just the bottom, because that'll end up being our shadows in the snow. See, use all these things. Well, you got this whole dark color on the brush, you can use it. Now then, I'm going to put a little bit of the liquid black out here on my palette. Take my liner brush, add a little paint thinner, and then work that brush in there and turn it, bring it to a super sharp point. Look at that, very sharp, all right? Now then, in here, put just the indication of a few little trunks, little stems, whatever you want to call them, limbs, arms, whatever. Okay, now, one of the questions I get asked a great deal is, do you pull it down or do you go up? It doesn't matter. Try it both ways. And most people will find it works better one way than it does the other. Now normally I pull down because it's easier for you to see it that way. When I'm painting at home, a lot of times I'll pull up. I don't think there's any rule. You just sort of practice and find which way works for you. There, we try to show you as many ways as possible and then turn you loose on the world. Okay, now then I'm going to take the old round brush and dip it right into a little touch of the liquid white, just a little touch. I'm going to add the least little touch of the bright red here, tiniest little bit. Tap that brush, tap it, tap it, tap it. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, let's put some beautiful little highlights up here on these trees. Just use just the top corner of the brush and begin tapping. See there? But think about shapes in here. Don't just throw this on at random. Leave some of those nice dark areas in here. See the patterns? That's what gives your tree shape and form. Now if you have trouble making it stick, add a little bit more of the liquid white to it. I'm going to put a little more red in there. I want it to stand out a little. Oh, there we go. There we go. Beautiful. You can see that much better, I think. Okay, and just go right along here. And make some decisions. How many trees, how many bushes? Oops, there's one right there. See, layer them. That creates depth. This is where the little bunny rabbit hides, is behind that bush. And then up here, all winter long, the little tree urchin stays. Now I bet you wonder what a tree urchin is. That's what I call a little squirrel. I have a big walnut tree in my yard, and the little squirrels come and they eat the walnuts. And we have little power struggles over who's going to get the walnuts, me or the squirrel. Guess who wins? The squirrel's got a nest full of nuts, and I have none. Just go right up here. There. I got one of them little rascals that decided he liked my garage better than he did out there in the cold. He moved into my garage. Can't get that little devil out. So I put some mothballs in his nest. Whew, now it stinks. There. Now, once again, while I have this on my brush, I'm going to begin pulling in some basic shapes, and I'm not worried at this point about much of anything except the lay of the land. Just pull it in. There we go, just like so. All right. Now then, we can take the old fan brush with a little white on it, and we can begin working on some nice shapes and stuff here. This is where, again, laying in the snow. And you can go into a tiny little bit of the phthalo blue and add shadows. It doesn't matter. In fact, it's desirable if you pick up a little bit of this brown and begin working it in here. There we go. Always, always paying attention to the lay of the land. And think where the light would hit. Snow is very really smooth. It has little bumps because there's rocks and stones and all kinds of little happy things that are underneath the snow. You may not see them, but they cause bumps in the snow. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's go right here and push in. There. There's a happy little grassy area that just runs right down the hill. See there? You just make all kinds of little things happen here. All right. I like to do these little winter scenes. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And they're easy. Make you happy. Okay, tell you what. Maybe years ago, an old trapper, maybe he built him a little house right there. So I'll take some of the Van Dyke brown, cut across, and get a little roll of paint on my knife. There you can see, right out on the edge is most important. It's right out on the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. Okay, maybe the little house does now, right there. There it is. See? Paint that little back eave first. I tell you what, we'll put a front on him. A little front on the other side. See, just sort of, in your mind, think what a house looks like. And he needs a little side over here too. Boy. All right, now then, take a little white and a little brown, pull it out very flat, get us a little roll of paint, and let's put at least a little touch of highlight on there. Barely touching. Just caress the canvas. Okay, now, see, we can see that the light's coming from here. So this side's going to be brighter. This one over here, this one's going to be almost dark. Almost pure brown. Don't worry about too much color over on that side. Boy, that the guy that lives in there is freezing because there is no roof on his house. Let's give him a roof. There we go. Just that easy. Now he's got a half a roof. Let's feel sorry for him and give him the other half. Don't want him to freeze. Okay, a little snow on the other side. Just sort of bring all that together. Isn't that easy? We got a little cabin. Need a door. Don't want him to get locked in there and can't get out all winter. There, you got a little door. Take a little white. Go around the edges. There, make that rascal stand out. I'm going to take the small knife now. We'll put a little window right there. Just a little blue and white. just to give the indication of a happy little window. Like that. Okay, on a chimney, we'll use a small edge of the small knife again. Put a little chimney, take a little, tiniest little touch of the bright red. Excuse my arm there. Maybe he don't have his fireplace lit. A little snow laying up here on his chimney. There we go. That easy. I'll tell you what. Take a little bit of liquid black. Maybe there's what remains of an old fence, and it went right on off. Here, this is just straight liquid black. There it goes. There. And there's a few old rails left on it. Right on off into the distance. Isn't that neat? Doop, 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 doop. There it went. Now, wash the brush. I'll take a little bit of the liquid white. Oh, look at there. A little snow laying up here on his fence. And a little up here on top. There. See? And you can just make all kinds of little things. All right. Now we can take the fan brush and grab just a touch of that and blend it in. All right. Now we can fix up the foot of this cabin. Take and work on your perspective. Look at there. You can just cut it right off wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Take a little white, a little touch of blue into it. We come right along here, and there's a big old bunch of snow laying right along in there. Maybe even create the illusion that he's been walking right here. I'm just using a little tiny bit of phthalo blue and white. And we go back to our pinker colors. It's got a little pink in there. And begin building all this in. See, still paying very close attention to the lay of the land. It's most important that you always keep in mind the way you want this land to flow. If you don't, it'll get away from you. Run right out of your painting. Pretty soon you'll have land going in every which direction. So pay attention to that. It's important. It's the little details that make your paintings better, make you happier. And when you get done with your painting, it's nice to step back and look at it and feel good about it. You want to feel good about it. There, just put that right back in. See? Got to get a little larger down here because perspective-wise, it's getting closer to you. All right. All right, we've about got one side done here. Isn't it fun? There. Okay, let's get serious. Let's get serious. Find my round brush here. Let's put something over here on the other side and have some fun. Back into my dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, tap that old brush in there. So you really beat that son of a gun. This is where you take out all your frustrations. This is better than kicking your dog. Of course, if he's like mine, you kick him, he'll take your leg off. There we go. Right on up there. Work it up. See, once again, we're starting from the bottom and working upward. So it's darker at the bottom than it is on top. Maybe that comes right up into there. I like these very soft earth tones. These browns and stuff. They're so striking, so effective. There we go. Maybe to about right there, right there. Tell you what, let's do. We got this old brush going. It's so much fun. Let's go right over on this side. And maybe right here, I'm just going to push upward. See, just push. Look at all the thousands of little leaves and stuff it makes there. Isn't that easy? See, it looks like old dead bush. There's one right there too. We'll have a couple of these old rascals. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Then you take the old fan brush and go right back in here and begin working some of these out. Create all kinds of pretty things. So you can make the lay of the land go anywhere you want to go. Just wherever. There we go. See, it makes all kinds of little snow drifts up there. Sometimes it's just so pretty it hurts. Okay. And let's change the flow of the land here. The lay of the land. Watch right here. See? Take it this way and bring it up in here. And automatically grab some of that brown, pull it down in there. Automatically you can change the lay of the land. So now you can see there's a separate entity here. It goes back farther, pushes everything back. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's take, I'll use the old knife here. Let's just put a quick little indication here of a little tree trunk in there. Doop, doop, doop. Just like that. A few little limbs here and there. A little brown and white. A little highlight. Just a tiny touch of highlight. You can take just a pointed knife. Look at there. Scrape through and make all kinds of little doers in there. Little limbs and stems and twigs. And just that easy. Okay. Now then, let's find, there it is, the round brush. Let's have some fun. Let's get crazy here. I'm going to take the bright red, a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, but a very small amount. Don't get too wild on this. Very small amount. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe this tree here has got a little bit of color on it still from fall. Just drop in some happy little things. Once again, worry about patterns, shapes. Think about limbs in there. And I'm just using the very top corner of the brush. Just the very, very top corner. Look at that though. See all them little things? And this creates a little warmth in the painting. Sometimes I paint winter scenes that are so cold. Whew, gosh, you almost have to put on a coat to look at them. These are very warm and very soft. And they go well in people's homes. People like these kind of paintings. These are the type paintings I do for special friends and as gifts for Christmas and birthdays and weddings and all kinds of things like that. You know, that brings up another thing. A lot of people ask us what we do with all these paintings that we do on TV. Most of them are used to go into the books that we do. But all the rest of them, we donate them to PBS stations all around the country and to charity organizations for them to make a happy buck with. So if you would like to have one of the easiest ways to get it is to call your PBS station and say, hey, get one of Bob's paintings for your next auction. And we'll be glad to donate one to him. And it helps everybody out. You get better programming that way in the PBS station. He puts a happy buck in his pocket, and you get a painting. So keep that in mind if you want one. Just let your station know. Just drop in a few little blue and white grassy areas here. All kinds of little things going on in here. All kinds of little things. Now then, I tell you what, let's use the knife. Maybe there's what remains. There is an old fence right here. There's a post. Put one there. Tell you what, three looks better. A little bit of brown and white for some highlight. Doop, doop. There we go. Maybe there's still one old post that's hanging across there. Just like that. That easy. Okay, let's have some fun. Let me get an old fan brush here. Go right into the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. I think, yep, look at there. Big old tree. Big old tree. I put a big tree in a painting one time and a lady screamed at me. Absolutely screamed at me. So if you don't want a big tree in your painting, don't put one in there and then scream at me. This is your world, so you do whatever you want in your painting. Okay, now then I'll take the liner brush, a little bit of liquid black, and we'll just put the indication of a few old limbs here and there. Now, sometimes I add a little paint thinner to the liquid black. to make it really flow easy. Just let it go. Just let it really work right off your brush. Come right on around there. Look at there. See? And have some of these limbs that go up and across the tree. Don't have them all just going out the side. See, and you can put all kinds of little tiny things in there just by stroking the canvas. Can you see that? Just get sort of crazy and let them go. There. Now then, I'm going to take the knife and a little bit of white, a little brown. Let's put a little touch of highlight on this tree. There. Just barely touch. Give it a little pull. Just let the paint grab. This is a thick, thick paint. So it'll grab and hang on. There. Maybe this one comes right down in front. Like that. See there? You can just make all the trees you want in your world. Okay. Now then, take the old fan brush and put a little snow down here on his foots. Gotta take care of his old foots, big foots. Take the liner brush with a little liquid white and just lay on a little highlight here and there to create the illusion of a little snow. And I think with that, we about have a finished painting. So let's take a little bit of the bright red liner brush and we'll sign this one. The old clock on the wall tells me I got to leave you for today, but I'll be back next time. Hope you have your easel set up, glass of tea, and you're all ready. Until then, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting with me? Got your palette all set up and you ready to go? Good. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do the painting that we're going to do today, and they'll come across in exactly the same order as I have them on my palette, starting with the white and coming all the way around. And while they're doing that, let's go on up here and get started. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white. It's wet and slick and it's all ready to go. So today, let's just have some fun. I'm going to start out with a small amount of Indian yellow. Tiniest little bit. Just tap a little bit onto the brush. And let's go right up in here in the sky and just let a little tiny bit of that play around, just here and there. Put that in first. Just little spots of it. Maybe a little down here. I'm going to have a little water in this painting, so we'll put a little tiny bit right in there. Then without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson. Just tap the brush and leave that Indian yellow in the brush. It makes a pretty color. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I'm just going to bounce a little bit of this crimson here and there. Just sort of play it around, let it have fun. There we go. Nice warm little sky, happy little sky. A little over in here. All kinds of pretty little colors. That looks good enough to eat. Maybe we'll put just a touch in the water, since we know there's going to be some water in here. Just like so. Okay, now then, without cleaning the brush again, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the midnight black and a small amount of phthalo blue. Blue and black. Just a small amount. This black is so strong. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, in the sky that's remaining, let's just sort of dance in a little bit of this blue-black color. Just let it bounce around and play. Just here and there. Okay. Wherever you think it ought to be, that's exactly where it should be. Okay, use that same color, blue and black. And let's finish up our water area. Now water, unless it's moving, is always flat. It's level. So try to keep these strokes as straight as possible. It'll make your water look better. Now very quickly, this blue and black mixture is so strong, it'll eat up this little light area, so try not to cover that up. We want to save a little touch of that. That'll be pretty when it's all done. Okay, let me wash my old brush here. And if you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part. Shake it off, and then that really is the fun part. Okay, let's go back up here. Be sure your brush is clean and dry, and I'm going to very gently, using little crisscross patterns, just blend all this together. Now when you're painting it at home, you paint as soft as you want it. The more you blend it, the softer it'll become. It'll just absolutely all blend together. There we go. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to be. You know, one of the questions I get in letters all the time is, where do we get all the ideas for the paintings that we do? You know, one of the best ways we have of coming up with ideas is from cards people send us. We get cards from fantastic people all over the country, and they tell us what they want to see. A lot of them send, postcards or photographs. And believe it or not, that's where the majority of these paintings come from. Okay, and that quick we have a very colorful, nice little sky. Let's have some fun. Let's take the old round brush. I'm going to go into a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the sienna, touch of sap green, and we just mix them together on the brush. Tap that brush. Okay, let's go right back up here. I'm going to have some happy little bushes back here. And I'm just barely tapping the canvas. I'm not tapping very hard. And I want them to get lighter toward the top. Just make a decision what you think your bushes ought to look like and drop them in. Okay, a little bit more paint. This is dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of sap green. Don't want too much green. I want it to stay sort of in the brownish tones. There we go. Now you can take alizarin crimson and sap green and mix it together and make a beautiful brown color. Maybe there's some little things that live right up in here. Just wherever you want them. And if you want to show some things that are far, far away, then just barely touch the canvas. So there's just little tiny indications. See? And it looks like little distant things. Far, far back in the distance. Barely touching the canvas. 3 hairs and some air. Okay, now then, let's put a few little highlights on there. We'll take the same old brush, just leave it dirty. Use a little bit of the yellows, a little green, and just tap it. See? Just tap right into it, okay? Now then, just using the top corner of the brush, begin laying in a few little basic shapes. And sort of vary the colors between all the different yellows. Just barely touching the canvas. Yellow ochre, Indian yellow, cad yellow, all these colors. And if you have trouble making them stick, add the least little touch of the liquid white or a little bit of thinner to your brush. Tiniest little bit, tiny little bit, just enough so it sticks. There we go. Okay. And leave these that are far, far away with nothing on them. Because they're too far away to see any highlights on them. Don't kill everything with highlights. You'll ruin the illusion of distance in your painting. Okay. Now then, maybe you want to create the idea of mist just floating around here. Watch right here. Just take the big brush and gently tap right on the base of it, right on the bottom. Just tap it. Now, avoid taking the brush like this and hitting it. It'll cut it off real straight and it looks like somebody took a big knife and just cut off all the trees. You want this line to be very soft and varied. You don't want a distinct line across there. And then you can very lightly, just lift upward a little bit. See, and that easy, you have the illusion of mist just floating all down at the bottom of that. Okay, I'll use the same old dirty brush, go right into the browns. This is the dark sienna and the Van Dyke. Let's go right back up here. Maybe there's a happy little hill right here. Now we don't want to kill all that misty area that we put right in here. That misty area is what separates, what divides. Okay, all we're doing now is putting down a base color so our next color will show up. You need the dark in order for light to show. You knew that. All right, while I have this color on my brush, I'm going to pull a tiny bit of it down. This will create the illusion of a reflection. Straight down. Be sure it goes straight down. Just like that. And then very lightly across. And it gives you the indication of water. That easy. Now, same old brush. Hadn't cleaned it yet. Going right into some of the yellows and the green. And just tap that brush. See? Tap it. Like that. All right, come on back up here. Let's come right in here and drop in some highlights. Right on top of that dark. Now, just like before, if you have problems making it stick, add a little bit of the liquid white or a little bit of thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint, and the base colors that we use are very, very firm. And here and there you can even take a little bit of the red color. Look at there. Isn't that pretty? And just drop in a few little things like that. I'm going to put the tiniest amount of thinner on the brush. See how much easier it sticks? Even though my yellows are a little bit thinner than the other colors, sometimes when you have several layers, you want it really thin so it'll stick right up there. Okay, that gives us a nice little background to play with. And if you wanted to, you could even pull a tiny bit of that highlight color right down into the reflections. Like so. And I'll use another brush. This one's clean, and pull it down. This is a clean, dry brush. And go across. See how it reflects all those colors right into the reflections? All right. Now, let's take the knife, and I'll use a little bit of brown here. A bit of the Van Dyke brown. Pull that paint out as flat as you can get it. And then just cut across. So you have that little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I'm just going to put, just by rubbing it back and forth, put the indication of a little bit of land back here. Need something for all these little grassy things to set on. Don't want them to fall off in the water and make a big splash. There. There we go. And you can take that same brown, add a little titanium white to it. And with that, make a little touch of highlight color. Just like so. Okay, I'm going to take a little of the liquid white, pull it out very flat. Okay, then cut across it. Okay, can you see that? See, cut across. That gives you a little tiny roll of paint right on the knife blade. Let's go up here. Now then, go straight into the canvas and act like you're trying to saw a hole in it. Just really get tough with it. And that cleans up the bottom of your land, puts a little water line there, and creates, once again, the illusion of distance in your painting. Keep these lines basically straight. You don't want your water to run out on your carpet. All right. Now we can take a clean knife and just scrape in the indication of a few little trunks and twigs and little things like that here and there. No big deal, wherever you want them. Okay, time to have some fun here. Let's go back to our round brush. I'm going to go right back into the browns. This is a dark sienna, the Van Dyke brown. A little bit of the sap green we'll throw in there too. Really tap that brush firmly. We're going to get it loaded up. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe, yep, there is now. Now I'm really hitting the canvas quite hard. You can probably see it bending. I'm hitting it so hard. There. Really sock it in there. Maybe there's a huge, yeah, let's have a big tree that lives right here. And he just hangs right out over like that. Look at that. Look at that. Maybe right on up out here. Wherever. You make a decision. Wherever you want your tree to live, that's where he lives. Trees are one of my favorite things to paint. I think they're so beautiful. Okay, Let's really get crazy today. Maybe, yep, maybe there's a happy bush that lives right there. And he's got a friend named Clyde that lives right there. So you make up little stories when you paint. It really helps. You don't have to be crazy to do this, but it does help. There. See, when you put on your painter suit, you can get away with anything because everybody thinks us painters, you know, are a little weird. So we can do anything. And in your painting, you paint things that make you happy. You create your own visions, your own world. A lot of the letters that I've received, people want to know, what did I do before I became a painter? And I spent half my life in the military. I worked in the hospital, in the military. And I would come home from work and I would paint. For over 20 years I would do that. I'd come home and paint because on this canvas, in this canvas I could have total freedom. Nobody told me what time to be at work and what kind of world to make. Here I could make any kind of world that I wanted. Any kind of world. Let's put a big tree right here. Sometimes I talk too much when I should be painting. There we go. But being in the military for half my life allowed me to see parts of the world that I would have never seen. All the way to Southeast Asia and back. And it introduced me to my favorite place in the world, Alaska. And it has some of the most beautiful scenery. If you ever get a chance to go there, if you haven't been, you really should take a trip. You'll see where a lot of the scenery that I paint comes from. And you may be like me and won't leave. I just bought a house and stayed there. Okay, there we go. Well, I'm sitting here talking so much, I about covered up the whole canvas, so why don't we? Let's just go ahead and fill all this in. Sometimes I get carried away, as I say, when I'm talking. Don't know when to stop. Okay. And this is still just the dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, and a little tiny touch of sap green. Not much green. And when you're using a brush this big, it doesn't take but a few minutes just to cover it all up. But you can also begin laying in some basic shapes and some basic ideas. You can see them all in here. And at this point, you're not committed because you could put this part on, well, in all honesty, you could put it on with a paint roller. We might have a whole new way of painting if we did that. Okay, now you can sort of look at the shape of some of these trees. I think I'll make this one a little bigger. Shoot, we've covered up most of the canvas already. Why not just keep going with it? There we go. All that beautiful background we worked so hard on, we just covered it up. Let's take an old fan brush, and I'm gonna go right into the Van Dyke brown. Load that brush full of paint. Both sides. Okay, now watch. Now I'm gonna take one side and go through white. See? Went through both sides with Van Dyke brown and then one side with white. So I've got white on one side, brown on the other. There we go. Let's go up here. Now then, let's take and right here, touch, and give it a little pull. And by double loading the brush, we have both sides of the tree trunk at one time. Sneaky, huh? Look at that. Isn't that pretty? And it's easy to do. Fun to do. Can't tell you what, let's put a trunk right here in this old tree. We can't have him without a nice strong trunk. And when you're doing these trunks, all trees don't become telephone poles. So make some of them with little crooks and bends, and it makes your painting more interesting. See? Put little bends in it. Really will brighten up your painting. Make it look more natural. Spend some time looking at trees. You know, I go out in the woods and I hunt with a camera. Well, I just shoot them dead with a camera. And then you save these photographs, and you can take a tree out of one photograph and maybe put it with another photograph that has a beautiful sky. You can combine these things. Okay, I want to take a little bit of paint thinner and go right into some bright red. right on the liner brush, just turn it. Okay, let's go right back up here. Maybe on this tree, I'm going to take a little bit of this red and just come right down the edge. Zoop. Now very gently, just blend that out. See, doesn't that make a pretty little tree? It's easy. There we go. There we go. Right down the side of this one. Doop. And just blend it out. And if you wanted to, you could add a little bit over in here, just here and there, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Sometimes you can take just a little bit of the liquid white. Let's do a little different here. You can take a little liquid white and come right down the side and then blend it in. So it's bright on that far edge and softer as it goes toward the center of the trunk. And that gives you the indication of roundness in your tree trunk. See, you can just blend it to whatever degree of softness that you want. That easy. Or you can just take plain liquid white and here and there put an old white trunk. You know, there's trees that have white bark on them, and they're pretty. Everything is pretty. Happy little trees. There we go. Okay. Now then, a little bit of the liquid black on the liner brush, and let's make the indication of a little branch here and there. Just here and there. This is just straight liquid black. There. All kinds of little things. Okay, that gives you an idea how to do that. Now I'll get the old round brush. I'm going to add a little bit of the liquid white to it. This is the same old dirty brush because I want the colors to be soft and muted. So that I've left all the browns on there. I'm going right into the yellows now. And I added a small amount of the liquid white just to thin the paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's make some decisions. Using just the top of the brush. Just the top. And just touch. Try not to hit the same area over and over, or pretty soon you'll become a mud mixer. And if you've painted before, we've all experienced a little bit of mud mixing. Try to avoid that. And here, just worry about some basic shapes and just barely tapping. Just barely touching. Don't have to hit hard. Don't have to hit him hard. Just enough to get the paint to come off the brush. See, isn't that a super nice, easy way to put all those little leaves and stuff on the tree? Okay, add a little bit of the bright red to that. Might as well get crazy. I'm still just tapping. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe these over here, maybe old Jack Frost has touched them a little bit. You're beginning to see a little color. And this is your creation, so whatever color you want them to be. Look at that. Once again, remember your little patterns in here. Don't just throw this on at random. Think like a tree. Think like a tree. There. Okay, just work on these little patterns. Create all kinds of happy little things in here. And don't kill all the darks. You need those darks. Okay. Let's go over to this other tree. This one on the far right. Don't want him to feel left out. We'll give him a few happy little leaves up here. That's a nice one. That one really worked nice. And when you paint, sometimes a brush just hits right and things, oh, they sparkle. They sparkle. That's one of our happy accidents. We like those. Look at that, though. I used to spend weeks with a one-haired brush trying to do all this. Now I'm lazy. Okay. Let's take, I see another bush right here. Now you can begin just picking out little individuals. Just pick them out, let them go. Wherever you want them. There's one that's got, looks like little flowers on it. I tell you what, let's take the fan brush, and it has brown on it still. I want a happy little path to Goes right back in here. You'd have to have a way of getting back in here and catching that big trout that lives right over in there. So we'll just put some brown on first. Then I'll just use the same old dirty brush. I'll take some dark sienna and some white. Just mix it loosely on the brush. Now, just barely touching the canvas. Just let it sort of graze across there. You can wiggle it, make it look like little stones. This isn't a big paved highway here. This has got little stones and rocks, and so it's not real even. Just let it disappear right on into the background, like so. Okay, let's have some fun. I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and go right into the same colors that I've been using, the yellows. It's all the yellows, all the reds. Just bring them together. Now then, let's begin making the indication of little grassy things that are growing right up to the path here. Work in layers. Do the area that's the farthest away first. And work forward. Always working forward, forward, forward. And make little individual things. Just don't throw them in there at random. See, you could even make your bush right here. See, just like so. Don't paint all of them. Leave some of them dark. Okay, look at here. Just going to add a little more green to that. This whole big brush, you can just tap in all kinds of beautiful, beautiful little highlights. Like so. Work in layers. I can't say that enough. Can't say that enough. All kinds of little hills. And, isn't that super? Think where light would strike. Seeing the lights coming through there and just zinging here and there. And if you think light's really going to strike here, you can add a little white and really make it look like light's just coming right through there. Okay, let's go over here on this other side. And we'll put in some happy little things right there. Like that. Always paying attention to the lay of the land. There we go. Nice bright one right there. It stands out, makes it look like a little rounded area. And that helps push that path all the way back up in there. Okay, I'm going back to my old fan brush that has the brown on it. I tell you what, let's get brave. Right here. Right here. Zoom, there's a big old tree. And he's got a friend right there. Don't want him to get lonely, we'll give him a friend. See, that helps push the whole path area back further into the painting. We'll take a little bright red, a little white and brown, mix it together here. And let's just put the indication of some highlight right here. Make his tree stand out. We want him to really shine in the sunlight. There, just put a little highlight on him. Right on up wherever you want it. And we'll use a little bit of the brown on the other side just to make it dark, dark, dark over here. See, and that sort of makes that tree look round. Okay, our liner brush with some of the liquid black. And that quick gives us some happy little tree limbs. See? And as many as you want. This is your tree. So you just put them where you want them and however many you want. There we go. Now we have the indication of a few branches there. Let's take the old big brush. We'll go right into some sap green and some of the yellows. And let's go right up here. And then you can put the indication of some nice little leaves that live right out here. Just like so. Look at there. And that's all there is to it. Just drop them in. And the old clock on the wall tells me it's time to sneak out of here for this week. So with that, I think we'll call this painting finished. I look forward to seeing you again. Happy painting. God bless. welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me again today. Got your palette set up? Let's get going here. Let's start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across, as usual, in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid white. It's nice and wet and slick and all ready to go. I thought maybe today, let's do a little fall scene where maybe the weather's not too great. You know, in the fall we have a lot of rainy weather and the snow's going to come pretty soon. So let's do something like that and just have some fun. I'm going to start out using a small amount of yellow ochre. Just the tiniest little bit. Very small amount. And right here, sort of make a determination where the horizon's going to be. And I'm going to begin swinging this upward, just using strokes like so. A little bit more color. We'll have a little water in this painting. As you know, I'm sort of a water fanatic. I like that water. A little yellow in here. Okay, I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke brown. In the same way, just tap the brush into it. Okay, let's go right up here. And I'm going to put a little brown right in here. I'm beginning to create these sky angles. Don't let them get too straight like this. It'll disturb you when it's done. Now I'm going to take brown and a touch of Prussian blue. Let me say that again. A touch. Prussian blue is so strong. Just a little bit. Just brown and blue. Okay. Now then, just begin bringing that all together. Add a touch of the midnight black to it. So now we have, in the sky, we have a little bit of yellow ochre, some brown, a little Prussian blue, and some midnight black. And we're just going to sort of work all these nice little colors together. Try to keep the blue off that yellow or you'll get a bright green sky. Okay. Now then, before we start blending that, we still have a dirty old brush. I'm going to take some more of the Prussian blue and a little bit of the black. There we go. And let's go ahead and lay our water in. Pull from the outside in. See, if you start from here and go across, watch what happens. You touch here and go across, you get this big line. That's bad. And then it's hard to blend out. So start from the outside and come over, and that way you don't have that harsh line that you have to blend out. There we go. Little tricks like that save you a lot of agony. We want this to be easy, and we want it to work for you. Okay, a little bit more of the midnight black and Prussian blue mixture. Don't want to kill all that nice little yellow area that you have, because that blue and black will eat it up in a heartbeat. Okay, a little darker at the bottom than it is at the top. That'll help create your illusion of distance. Okay, let me wash the old brush. Wash the old brush. Shake off the excess. That is the fun part. Okay, let's go right back up here. And I'm going to begin blending this together. Follow the angles in the sky. I'm going to use long strokes and start in the light area and work up toward the darker area. That way your brush is dirty when it gets to the top. Use your clean brush in the light area. And you can just begin bringing all this together. All of those angles, though. There we go. Just nice and soft. Okay. And that gives us a quick, happy little sky. Down here, we just go all the way across. That straightens out the water and brings it all together. And we're ready. Let me get an old fan brush here. I'm going to mix up, let's take a little black, a little brown, tiny bit of the Prussian blue, and a little bit of the alizarin crimson. Into that, I'll put some white here and pull a little bit of that into it. Maybe I'll add a little more blue to that. And a touch more crimson. There we go. That's sort of what I'm looking for. It's a very dark lavender to the blue side. It's very dark. It's almost a gray color. This is going to be a gray, cloudy day. Okay, let me wipe off my knife. Now let's take the old fan brush and go right through a little bit of color. Don't need a lot of paint on the brush this time, just a little. Add a small amount of brown into that, a little more into the brownish color. There we go, good. Let's go right up here. Now back in here, you have to make a decision. Maybe there lives some happy little evergreens. Just take the corner of the brush, just back and forth. Just sort of pop in just a little evergreen. And some indications of some that are even farther away. All we see is just the basic shapes. And I'm just touching and sort of pulling it downward. See, you can make all kinds of little basic shapes. See, touch, use the top part of the brush and just give it a little downward snap. There. Put a little more paint on the brush. Maybe over here we got some. Be careful, of these will get looking like fence posts. There. And to about there. That's good enough. Now then, I'm going to put a few more indication of some trees that have a little more shape to them. And we're just using the corner of the brush and just work them in, back and forth. These little trees live right in your fan brush. Sometimes you have to sort of scare them out. There. And you just put as many or as few as you want in your world. There we go. Okay, maybe he's got a little friend there. Just drop them in. Now then, I want to create the illusion of mist back here. I want this to be very soft and very distant, so we'll take the 2-inch brush and tap. I'm using the top corner. See, look how hard it's hitting. It's bending. Really get in here and tap it, tap it, tap it. See, and you can create the illusion of a very, very soft area back here. You can even let it come up above some of these here to really soften it. See, these trees are already just lost right in the mist. Okay. Can you believe how that pushes all that back? Just that little tapping action. Okay, now then. Now let's have another plane in the painting. And a plane, I mean just another area that's closer to you. So we'll take those same old colors. We'll use some brown. I'm going to put some dark sienna in there this time. And a little bit of sap green. As things get closer, we'll begin to see a little more detail. Just a little sap green, though. Okay? Brush is really full of paint. Let's go right up in here. There it is. These trees are a little closer. They're a little bit bigger. Look at that. Turn that old brush over and use both sides of it. There we go. This tree's stronger. He got a little more light. There. Okay. We don't want him to get lonely, so we'll give him a friend too. You know, friends are so important, not only to trees, but to us. And through painting, I've made hundreds and hundreds of new friends all over the country, and that may be the most rewarding part of all this. Most rewarding part. There. I tell you what, here's a happy little tree. He lives right there. Just sort of visualize in your mind where you think the tree would be happy, and you put him in there. Just put him in there. Take a little bit of the dark sienna and just tap it onto this brush, and then I want to gather up some of this color that we had on the tree and begin very softly putting in little hills. Look at there. See? Pick up some of that tree color and just let it, just tap, just let it go. There was a tiny bit of dark sienna on the brush. Tiny bit. Tiniest little bit. See how you can set those trees right up on a little hill? And then you begin pulling that down. But I want this to be very, very soft, very quiet. I like very gentle little paintings. And when you're doing yours at home, if you want it to be brighter and stronger, just use a little stronger color. Because painting is a very individual thing. There. Okay. Now, let's go right back into here and load up just load that fan brush full of paint. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's have a tree that lives right there. And we take just the corner of the brush and begin working him down. So you can just push that old tree right out of that brush. A little more paint. Just push it hard when you get down this far. When you first start, you're pushing quite easy. By the time you get down here, getting tough with it, strong with it. A little more color. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do right here. Big son of a gun. See, all these different sizes of trees help create the illusion of distance, depth in your painting. There we go. Is that beginning to look like fall yet? Sort of a mean old sky. There. Okay, now then I'm going to go back into a little tiny little bit of the dark sienna. Tiny, can't say that enough times. And I'm going to create another plane here, and I'm going to pick up some of the tree color. See how that, and all I'm doing is just tapping the canvas. Just tap, and we'll bring it right on across. Add the least little touch more of the sienna. Look at there. See, it creates a whole nother plane and pushes all those trees back here, back into the distance. Isn't that super? Now, I'm going to have water here. So let's take a little bit of that color and just pull it down so we have a little reflection. I'm using just a little bit of the dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown on the brush to pull down and create a reflection here. Just a happy little reflection. Like right there. Right there. And then lightly go across. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take the same old brush without cleaning it, just the same old dirty brush, and tap right into a little bit of the yellow ochre and the bright red. Just tap it gently. See? Just tap, okay? Now then, here, this is a little closer, so we're beginning to see an indication of some highlights. And same way, just gently tapping. That was bright red. And a tiniest little touch of yellow ochre. Now the red is very strong. Be careful with it. Be careful with it. It'll eat up your whole world in just a second. Take a little brown, a little dark sienna mixed together, pull it out and cut across. Get that small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, now then. Just a little land indication right in there. Just like so. Just sort of scrubbing across the canvas. Tiniest little bit. Add a little white to that same color. Like that. And then just an indication of a touch of highlight here. I don't want much highlight in this. Just a touch here and there. Okay. A little bit of the liquid white cut across it. And we'll put just an indication of a little water line. Not too much, not too bright. Okay. Now then, go back into my browns. Sienna and the Van Dyke. And I'm going to grab some more of this tree color. I'm going to put a little peninsula. I think it comes right out here. And when you're doing this, just step back, look at your painting, and make decisions. Just make decisions. Pull a little bit of this color down. Just a little. Go gently across. Now, same old dirty brush. Back into my yellow ochre and bright red mixture. Just a little. Same old dirty brush. You can get over here and a little bit of this cad yellow too. It's all right. Now then, see? Follow the angles of the land, the lay of the land. Just follow it right on down. Brighter on top, and then darker as it works down. If you want to show a little protrusion here. See? That's how easy that is. Creates the illusion of another little hill just by changing the value of the color or the intensity. little bit of that right down to the water, go across, and you have instant reflections. Let's play a little bit over here. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to use a round brush and go right into my browns. That's the sienna and the Van Dyke. Tap out the excess. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe back in here there's some happy little trees. Maybe these are little birch trees that live way back in the distance. Just put some little indications. Like so. Like so. Use the old script liner brush. Just take it, a little paint thinner on it, go right into the brown, turn it, bring it to a sharp point. Let's put just a few basic, very basic indications of a tree branch here and there, a little tree trunk. Not looking for a lot of detail. Same old dirty brush, now go into a small amount of the yellow ochre and the bright red. Smallest little amount, I'm just barely touching. Then I want to just touch right up at the top here. Put some indications. Begin forming some basic little patterns, some little shapes into your trees. Don't just throw these on at random. I know I say that in every show, but I get the most letters about that, is that my tree shapes don't look right. And that's normally the problem. 99% of the time the problem is a color is just thrown on at random. Sort of look at it, practice it. A little bit of practice here will pay you tremendous dividends. Tremendous dividends. Just a few little bushes and all kinds of things. Okay, tell you what. Go into a little brown. Let's put a little land area right there. See? Just right there. Right there. Okay, a little bit of that highlight color. That's just a little brown and white. Not too much, just a little here. A little bit of the liquid white. Cut us in a little water line. I'm going right back into the browns. I have yet to wash this brush. I've been going back and forth between the browns and the highlight colors, and now I'm going to put another little peninsula that lives right there. And so you don't care if the bottom of it sort of comes down because you just pull that down. That easy, that easy. Makes little reflections, and then lightly go across. Go right into our color. Yellow ochre, bright red, little Indian yellow here and there, and little cad yellow. And put a few little highlights on it. Okay, and see, and you can put a little land under that. Just a little dirt. Just a little dirt, like so. And maybe take a little liquid black. Maybe there's a happy little tree. Doop, lives right out there. There we go. He lives out on this little peninsula. Give him a little foots to stand on. Don't want him to fall over. He's a strong little tree. Put all kinds of little limbs. There we go. A few little sticks and twigs down here. And when you're doing this at home, you put as many sticks and twigs as you want in there. Okay, back to my browns. Let's build a little more here. Come right down here. There we go. There we go. Just sort of fill all this up. I just see all kinds of things. Just fill that right up. Oh, to maybe about there. See? Once again, and you work in layers, work in stages, completing the most distant area first and working forward. Always working forward. Tell you what, let's have some fun. I'm gonna put a little cabin back here, a little house. Wouldn't it be nice to live here and watch all the big Canadian geese come in? And right there, that's where a little house will be. We'll give him a little roof. Just pull him over. Come right down. There we go. All I'm doing here is blocking in color. Just blocking in some color. Okay, I'll take some white, some of the dark sienna, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, pull it out flat, little roll of paint. Okay, maybe there's some boards in this old building that go this way. See, they come right across like that. Doop, 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 doop. Then we'll cut him off, put that dark. And now maybe down here, this may be an old log cabin. Just put the indication of some things going like that. Look at that, look at that. Now darker color on this side. Just put some indications right on down. And we need something on the roof. I'll add a little bright red to that color, just a tiny bit. And right down the roof here, just let the knife sort of bounce. Go boop, 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 boop. Got to make that noise or it don't work. Doesn't work. I'll take at least a little bit of light color, just a little white or something, just to highlight that so it stands out and you can see it. Just so you can see it. Dark down in here. And maybe this house has stones underneath. You can just take the point of the knife and just very quickly just scratch in some basic old stones. He has a basement in his house. He's really got a fancy cabin out here. Let me get the little knife for a second. Okay, take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Let's have him a door. Maybe he's got one door right down here so he can come right in the basement. Cut that right off where you want it. Use just a little white on the knife to sort of highlight that. And then we'll take, on the small edge of the knife, a little bit of Prussian blue. Just put the indication of a few little windows in there. Isn't that easy? Makes us a happy little thing. Okay, let's go back to bouncing right into some of this color. Bright red, yellow ochre, cad yellow. Now then, let's come right down in here. Ooh, that's a pretty one. That's a pretty one. Now, if you have any trouble at all making your paint stick, add a little tiny, tiny bit of your liquid white or paint thinner, whichever. Liquid white will change your color a little bit, make it a little brighter. There. I tell you what, I'm going to take the little knife again and come right in here. We'll put a happy little path coming out. He's got to have a way to get down to the lake, catch that big fish that lives down here. A little bit of land, some stones here and there. Just whatever. A little brown and white for some highlights. There we go. Now then, let's go back into our ochres and reds and Indian yellow, and let's begin bringing this right down. I like this little painting because it really does give you the feeling of fall. There we are. See, just make little layers, little things happening all down through here. Okay, tell you what. Maybe right in here lives a little tree. Maybe that's just a little, maybe that's a little birch tree. I like birch trees. And they usually grow in clumps, so you ought to put several of them. It's real rare that a birch tree grows by itself. He's a community tree. Okay. A little bit of the liquid black. And we can just put the indication of a happy little limb here and there. That really helps push your little cabin back further into the painting. Much further back. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's go back into the browns. Put another little peninsula right there. And in your world, you put as many or as few of these as you want. Just want to show you how to do it. Then turn you loose on the world. Pull that straight down. Come right across. Go right back into my highlight colors, the yellow ochres and the reds. Let's come right along here. See there? Drop in a few little happy highlights. Now, I'm going to take my fan brush again, go right into the Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, just mix them together. Okay, right here, right somewhere right here, there. Just make a decision, drop it in. Big old tree. Big old tree. And this big tree will help push everything in your painting back. Helps create much, much more depth in your painting. Give it a big old root to stand on down here. Big tree has to have a big root. There we go. We'll just make an indication of a limb that comes right out. Just tap it on with a fan brush. And we can take a little bit of the bright red, a little dark sienna, a little white, mix it together. Like so. Cut across it. Let's go up here and just put some highlights on. Use these warm colors that really make it feel like fall. Boy, I'm going to get my coat out and start seeing if it's all right. Just a few little highlights here and there. Now then, back to my liner brush and right into the liquid black. Let's have some limbs that are just hanging every which way. Just drop some of these in. There's one. Wherever you want them. Just pull them out. Pull them out. See there? And you can make all kinds of beautiful little things happen there. And I think this one's getting close to being done. Put a little ground area right in here. Touch a highlight on it, and we'll call this painting finished. I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a nice little painting. It'll give you a lot of happy little ideas. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Thought today we'd just do a beautiful little painting. It has a lot of beautiful colors in it, and we'll have a good time. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, and they'll come across in exactly the same order as I have them on my palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's all wet and slick, and it's ready to go too. So let's do it. I'm going to start out today with the smallest little touch of the Indian yellow and a little bit of bright red. Just mix these on a brush. A very, very small amount. Okay, let's go right up in here. And I think I'll put a little more of the red. Oh yeah, shoot, let's do a nice one today. Just let this sort of bounce around a little bit. Like so. Okay, and maybe it just goes right on wandering off over there. We don't care, what the heck. What the heck. Now then, wash the brush, and we wash him with odorless thinner. And take out all your hostilities. Just have a good time doing that. Midnight black. Midnight black. Just tap some into the brush and a little bit of phthalo blue. The midnight black is very transparent, so it's a nice color to work with. Let's go right up in here. There we are. And just play a little bit of this right along in here, like so. I don't want to cover up this bright color. Just want to throw a little bit of the blue and the black here and there, like so. Thought maybe today we'll make some almighty clouds. Have some fun. Maybe some big mountains. I love to paint mountains. I lived in Alaska for so many years. I feel like that's really home. And I like to do mountains. Alaska has some of the most beautiful mountains in the world. Same old blue and black. Let's go right down here. Have a little bit of water. So we'll just do this. All right. You know, already there, we have a masterpiece for the Museum of Modern Art. We're ready. We could stop right there. Okay, now I've got several brushes going here, so I'll take a clean 2-inch brush and very gently just blend some of these edges together a little bit. I'm not worried about doing a lot of blending today. Just a little. I'm going to take a small amount of the red and put right here. I want a little warmer glow. A little more red. A little touch more of the red. There. And just really scrub that into the canvas. It's going to be a bright one today. Okay, let's build a happy little cloud. And we'll use the 1-inch brush. Now, when you're doing this at home, you could use a 1-inch brush or a fan brush or 2-inch brush. It doesn't matter. Put a little bit of the bright red in there. We'll sparkle those clouds a little bit. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, decide where you want a happy little cloud to live. And just tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. And just begin working all that together. Tiny little circles. Don't let them get too big. And keep your brush moving. You'll have places where the paint's very thick, places where it's very thin, places there's no paint. Just let all those little things happen. Now then, top corner of the large brush and just sort of mix it up, blend it up, blend it up. Then fluff it, give it a little fluff. That lifts it up. And when you do this, if you pull up some little stringy things, don't worry about them, because when you blend it, they all go away. See there? And when you're painting clouds like this, work in layers. Do the most distant layer first and then come forward. Always working forward. A little more of the red into the white, and maybe, yep, look at here. There's another happy little cloud, and he lives right there. Wherever you think a cloud ought to live, that's where he should live. Tell you what, maybe there's one that lives right here, and he just floats right down. Clouds are very free. They're one of the freest things in nature. They just float around and have a good time. There we go. Top corner of the large brush. Tiniest little circles. And give it a little fluff. There. Just fluff it up. Remember years ago, ladies used to tease their hair like this. Same principle. You just sort of fluff it up. Tease it. Just tease it. And then very gently blend the entire sky. Isn't that a fantastic way to make some great big billowing clouds? It works very well. Let's put some big mountains in this one. I'm going to take some black, some blue, and some alizarin crimson. Some alizarin crimson. Now, if you want to see what color you have, take a little white and put there, because that just looks black. See, and there you can tell. I want a little more crimson. I want it a little bit more into the purplish hue. That's better. Okay. Okay. Pull it out flat. Cut off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, I have to make a big decision. Where does your big mountain live? I think he lives right there. See, when you put this lavender color over the yellow, you can get away with it, because when you mix lavender and yellow, it makes a nice brown. And you don't care if you got brown in your mountains. If you used too much blue, you'd have green mountains, and that'd be all right. But this looks a little better for what we're looking for today. There we go. And the only thing you're worried about is a nice top edge. You could really care less what's happening in here. Now then, let's take the old big brush and very gently pull this down. We'll have a ridge of mountains today. I like to do those. So just sort of pull it right down like this. And this is where you begin laying out your basic mountain shapes and angles, just like that. Just using brush strokes, like that. There. There, all right. You know, when you paint, every day's a good day when you paint. Every day's a good day. I had somebody tell me here a while back, they said, how can every day be a good day? This just every day can't be a good day. If you don't think every day's a good day, try missing a few. You'll see. All right, let's go up here and play. Take some white, a little bit of alizarin crimson, and the least little touch of the phthalo blue into it. I want a lavender color, but more into the reddish hue than what we put on there to start with. Cut off a tiny, tiny little bit. See there? A little bitty roll. Let's go right up here. Now then, begin picking out your highlights. And just let that barely touch the canvas. Just barely. It's just grazing the canvas. As I've said on some of the earlier shows in the series, when I was teaching my son to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend he was a whisper floating across the mountain. Just graze the canvas. Caress it. Make love to the canvas. Very gentle, very soft. See? And then we can let's take some of the color that we made the mountain with and add a little white to that. We want it darker than the highlight, but lighter than what we have up here already. And now let's just begin tapping some of these together. Just begin working them together. Pay very close attention to the angles. The angles are the secret. See? And not much paint. The smallest amount of paint possible. Just put all these little shadow areas in here. Virtually no paint. Okay, I'm going to take some crimson and white and make a nice warm pinkish color. And with that, let's go up here. With that, we'll really put some shining little highlights on here. Isn't that pretty? See how it stands out? And you can put layer after layer after layer of highlights on here, just as many as you want in your world. Just sort of let them all come together. Put little bumps in it. Think about all the little rocks that live up here. Maybe that comes right down. See, just let your imagination go. There's one. Look at that. Look at that. But it's that easy to do. Just think where the light would strike through here. Just sort of let all these things blend together. Layer after layer after layer. Then you can go back in here and put all kinds of little, look there, see how that just jumps right out? Isn't that easy? And when you're doing this at home, this is when that little knife really comes in. You can sneak into all those little places. And take a little bit of the phthalo blue. Tiniest little amount. A little white into it. There. Okay, let's go back up here. And just sort of touch. Oh, look at that. Look at that. See, it really sparkles it up right up here on the edge. Like so. Okay. Now then, clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I want to tap this. Just tap it. We want to diffuse and soften and lift it upward very gently. See, that pushes everything back, makes it so soft and quiet. And you just keep going on and on and on. Maybe there's another big old mountain that lives right here. Oh, let me show you something. Let me show you something that's fun. Maybe you want a cloud floats in here. You can just take a little paint, and if you keep that brush moving, see there? Put a little cloud in, blend it, give it a little fluff, and that'll look like a nice soft misty area where there's a little cloud floating down that mountain. Okay. Let's take maybe right there. Just sort of let your imagination go crazy. Put these wherever you want them. Each mountain, as you work forward, should get darker in value. This base color here should get darker and darker. Really push it into the fabric. Push hard. Take the big brush, pull it out a little bit. Just give it a little pull. See, when you put this one in there, it just set that little cloud we made right back in there. That little cloud just hides back in there and has fun in between those. Okay, now then, let's come right along here and just put the indication of a few little highlights. Just zinging through there and playing. Look at that. See, follow the basic angles in your mountains. That's most important. Most important. Think where the light would strike. Right there, maybe a little bit would go zing. Okay. Put in a few little shadow indications. And just sort of work these shadows and highlights together. Make all kinds of little things happen. Here comes one. Right there. Right there. Just back and forth between shadow and highlight color. See how you can set things back in there? And that creates a little recessed area back in there. Sneaky, huh? I like these kind of little things that just happen. There we go. Now, once again, clean, dry brush, and very gently, just tap and lift upward. Always following the angles. It's most important that you follow those angles. Look at that. And we have another layer of mountains. And you can go on and on and on. I'll show you another one here. Let's take a little black and a little blue, a little more of the crimson. We just use a fan brush. Watch here. Watch here. Maybe there's a little bump that lives there. You can do these with a fan brush. There it is. Just fill that in. Maybe it comes. We don't care where it goes. Right on out like that. And a little bit of highlight. See there? Just take the fan brush. You can almost paint with anything if you just practice enough. All you have to do is just practice. See, put little shadow colors in there. Oh, there's a happy little thing that just lives there. Just sort of let your imagination go crazy. There's a nice little, let that fan brush wiggle and play. Oh, the little things happen. Okay, and we'll take our big brush and let's just tap this a little bit, just to soften it. Look at there. And that easy, you have a little rock. Now we have 3 layers of rocks here, mountains. And that creates a lot of distance in the painting. Each layer or each plane that you put in creates more and more distance in your painting. And we'll take a little bit of the same old mountain color and maybe there's some happy little things that live back here and just, see? Now we're beginning to see some little distant trees. Just sort of touch it and give it a little snap upward. Just blip. Got to say those little funny sounds or it don't work. There we go. Bloop, bloop. All kinds of little things like that. Let me just clean the brush off in there because all we're looking for in here is a good dark color. We don't care. Just a good dark color. It should reflect the colors that you've used in the painting already. That's a good dark color. All right, let me grab another fan brush here. I tell you what, I'm gonna go right into some liquid white and then right into the titanium white. I'm looking for a paint that's a little bit thinner. And, no, let's really make it more interesting. Maybe there's a stone lives right there. See, stones need a little place to live too. We'll put a couple little stones there. I'm going to take a little of the dark sienna, a little white. Okay, cut off a little bit of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. And let's just put a little tiny bit of highlight on them stones. We want a little sun playing through here. Highlight the same side of the stone that you did on the mountain. Okay, now then, let's have some water. And the water's coming back here. It's coming back here, like so. Maybe it comes right here and goes poosh. Now, remember we put a little bit of liquid white in with the titanium white. We want to thin that down so it's thinner than the paint that's already on the canvas. If it's not thinner, then you're going to become a mud mixer. And then you're going to be unhappy with me. Okay, maybe when the water gets here, it hits this one and just goes doop, like that, and splashes over this way. Now, when it hits down here, there, see? Got all kinds of happy little splashes. Just, oh, look at that. Look at that. All those little things are happening right there. Maybe there's a little stone that lives under the water there. It causes it to go. Bloop. All right. Let's have some fun. Tell you what, I'm going to take the old 2-inch brush and go right into, we'll take some alizarin crimson, a tiny bit of phthalo blue, and a little bit of black. Just go right up here. Now I think, yep, let's just push and bend that. There's a happy little tree that lives right there. We begin worrying about the lay of the land. And it comes right down in front of this water. There it is. Just like so. Okay. Maybe we'll just put a whole bunch of stuff right in here. What the heck? There it is. So you put your dark in so your light will show. A little more blue, a little more crimson. Touch of black. I know. Right there. Just sort of look at your painting and make big decisions where you think all these little things should live. Right down like that. We don't know. We don't have to make these decisions yet. We'll make these decisions as we work on down in the painting. Okay, let's put some stones in here. Take a little Van Dyke brown, and we need a stone to hold this waterfall back. Otherwise, it just wouldn't stay there by itself. Water is lazy. It looks for the easiest way to get to where it's going. So when you're doing these little waterfalls, you've got to have little stones and stuff that explain why the water is higher back here. You don't want it to just sort of all of a sudden be there. One of the basic rules of nature is that water will not climb a rock just so it'll fall and be pretty for you. It's lazy. It's like me. Looks for the easy way to do things. Okay. Let's take our old fan brush. Go right into, let's see, there's some black, blue, crimson. I'm going to grab a little bit of white so I can lighten that up a little. Okay, let's go back up here. A lot of paint on the brush. And maybe there lives, yep, right here, a happy little tree. And this time I'm going to push upward. Push upward with a fan brush. Normally we push downward when we're making little evergreens. We want these to have little branches, though, that go upward. See that? In some parts of the country, that looks more like the trees than in others. So sort of look around your house and see what kind of trees you have. I know I'm going to get a letter from somebody and say, Bob, all I got's a maple tree in my yard. Well, you can put a maple tree in yours. There. Just put these little rascals wherever you want them. See, these look like little Christmas trees to me, and Christmas is always a happy time. There. Okay, just push upward, bend it upward, make all these little trees. Now, some of them that are a little closer, you might see a little highlight. So I'll take the same old dirty brush, go into a little yellow and a little sap green. I want this quite dark because it's far away. Load it full. Now then, just put in a little indication of some green. Still pushing upward. Not a whole bunch. You don't want to kill all the dark. There we go. Just here and there. Some of them, don't put anything on. That'll help save the illusion of distance. All right. Let's put some highlights on those bushes. We'll use a 1-inch brush today. Go into all the yellows. That's yellow ochre, cad yellow. Let's grab some sap green. Just all of them. A little bit of the bright red. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe this big old tree back here. Look at this. There's thousands of little leaves. That easy. But think about the shapes inside of the tree. Don't just hit it random. Don't hit it random. Okay, maybe. There's a nice one. He lives right there. You notice I'm still working in layers, doing the thing as farthest away first. Over here, there's a nice little yellow bush. He lives right there. And you can use a brush sideways to create little layers of little soft grassy areas. Let's take this a little bit of the brown and white we used for highlight, and we put a little highlight on that rock, a little out here. Wherever you got a little rock, drop in a little highlight on it. Okay, we'll grab some more Van Dyke brown. There's some big stones that live. Just let them sort of wander. Because anything that you don't want here, you just cover it up. You can do anything in here. Anything on this piece of canvas, big old stones. There. Back to our highlight color. And just begin putting some highlights on those stones. Brown and white. There we go. Like so. Back to our 1-inch brush. Some of the yellows and the greens. And begin putting in some little bushes in between. As I said, anything that you don't want, you just cover it up. Easy to do. See there? Just wherever you want them. Let's go on the other side. Same thing over here. Make your little individual bushes one at a time. Just like so. And work in layers. Always working in layers. Now, back to our water. Liquid white and the titanium white. Okay? Now begin splashing some of that water up against these stones. Let it swivel, swirl, have fun. Just sort of think like water. Just push it up, let the splashes hit, crash. Like so. Oop, there went one, see? Think about all the little areas underneath the water. There we go. You know, and I say repeatedly through these shows, just mention it again, if there's things that you want to see painted that we haven't painted, drop me a line. I would love to hear from you. And this is where most of our ideas come from for the paintings that we do. It's from people all over the country, and they write and tell me what they want to see. A lot of them send pictures, and that helps a great deal. If I know what you want, then I can do that for you. Little stone there, little highlight on it. Okay, back to my 1-inch brush. We'll load it full of paint. And maybe, yep, there's a happy little bush. He lives right there. See, and this sort of closes all that in. You can put little stones wherever you want them. Okay, then we can take a clean knife and just scrape in all kinds of little sticks and twigs. Let's go over here and put some on this side too. We don't want it left out. Just like that. Now then, the old clock's telling me I got to get going here, but I want to have some fun before we go. Let's go into a little bit of black. A little bit of black. Let's go right up here. I think in my painting, I want a big tree right there. There's his trunk. There's his trunk. And we just push up. Look at that. See? Put some big old leaves on it. It helps set everything back. I like big old trees. Just push him in. Go right into a little tiny bit of yellow. And we can highlight him. As I say, I think that'll give you a nice painting to work with. We'll call that one finished. And from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm glad to see you today. Today I thought we'd do the little animated opening, the little painting that you see at the beginning of each show. So, tell you what, let's have them put all the colors on the screen that you need to do this painting, and let's go up here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick, and it's all ready to go, so let's go too. I'm going to start out today with a small amount of the Indian yellow. Tiniest little bit, just tapped onto the brush. Just use a 2-inch brush. Let's go right in here. Put a little tiny bit of yellow right along where you think the horizon will be. We'll just drop that in, just using little crisscross strokes. Maybe I'll put some down in here. This was a little snow scene, so we'll put some colors down in the snow that it will be reflected from the sky. Okay, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a small amount of alizarin crimson, just a small amount. Okay, then back up here. Right above that yellowish color, the Indian yellow, still using little crisscross strokes, we'll just drop in a little bit of alizarin crimson. And sort of let them blend together right here where they come together. All right. Okay, and same color, we'll just put a little bit down in here and what will eventually be snow. Looks pretty already. Okay, and without cleaning the brush, I'm going right into some of the midnight black, just a very small amount, and a little bit of phthalo blue. Tiniest little bit. It's a very strong color. Both of these colors are very strong, so don't get carried away and overdo. It's real easy to add more color to your sky, but it's a son of a gun to try to take it away. Still using little crisscross patterns, little X's. We'll just lay in some little sky shapes. Just sort of let them happen. A little bit more right in there. And you can just bring them, have some little arms coming out here, wherever. And you can put a little bit of that color down in here. Just here and there. Doesn't matter at this point. This is really just a good way of cleaning the brush. And speaking of cleaning the brush, let's do that. Shake off the excess. That really is the fun part. All right, let's go up here now. Clean, dry brush. And be very sure that your brush is dry as you can possibly get it. And then, still using the little crisscross strokes, blend this entire sky together. Very gently. And that's how the little sky is made. It's a very effective little sky. Very quick, very easy. And it's a nice little sky. Okay. Now then, we want some little footy hills back here in the background. So to make those, I'm going right back into the midnight black, a little bit of the blue. I'm gonna reach over here and pick up a small amount of white, titanium white. So we have black, blue, and white. Okay, and I'm just tapping that brush right into it. Okay, let's go back up here. Make a big decision here. Where's your foothill live? I think he is right there. Use just the corner of the brush. Touch and pull it straight down. And lay in your basic foothill shapes. Just sort of let them wander around. You don't want them to be real straight. Foothills normally have little high points and low points. All kinds of happy little things that happen in there. Straight down. We're not using much pressure on the brush here, just enough to get the paint to come off. Okay, now, I'm going to have 2 layers of foothills. So we want to create a misty area in between each layer. That's the only thing that separates these layers. So with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I'm going to tap the base of this. And I'm going to strike it quite firmly. There we go. See that? That creates the illusion of mist down there. Just by tapping and then very gently lift upward. Just lift it upward. Okay. Now we have a beautiful misty area right along in there. That's what I'm looking for. Now I'm going to put another layer of foothills. I'm going to use the same colors. A little bit of black, a little bit of blue, but this time I want it darker. As things get closer to you in a landscape, as we've said before, they need to get a little darker. Just tap that brush in the color. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, here we go. See, now we don't want to kill all that little misty area that was in there. That's the only thing that will separate these two entities. It's the only separator. It's very important to you. That's your good friend. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. There we are. See? That easy. We have another layer of foothills. And then we'll take that clean brush, and once again, I want to tap the base of it. Just to create that illusion of mist. And then lift upward. Isn't that a super way to make some little foothills that are far away and very soft and quiet? And it works. Now then, let's have some fun. I'm going to take some of the liquid white and put it on my palette. And we'll get a fan brush into the... I'm going to add a little bit of the phthalo blue on the brush and go right into the liquid white. So it's a very thin paint, very thin. Maybe reach over here and pick up a little bit more of the liquid white. There we are. Okay, now let's go up here. I want to put some little indication of some happy little bushes right here. See, all you have to do is just touch with a fan brush and pop upward. Just give it a little upward pop. Now this paint's much thinner than what's on there. So it'll just come right off your brush, just like so. That easy. There we go. Now we can wash the old brush. Okay, now it's time to start making some decisions back here. And we start working forward. So I'm going right into the titanium white. And to that, I'm going to add the least little touch of bright red. Let me say that again. The least little touch. It's very strong. A lot of paint on the brush. Both sides are loaded full. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, we have to start thinking about the lay of the land. So, just grab that and begin pulling it. Now we want to create the illusion of shadows and highlights and warm and cool spots all through this snow back here. There we go. And every once in a while you can pick up a little bit of the phthalo blue, a little bit, and work it in there. And it'll help create that illusion. There's little hills and bumps and all kind of things happening back in there. There's a little bit of pink right there. It's a super, super easy and very effective way of making some beautiful, beautiful snow areas. You can add a little bit of the Indian yellow here and there just to make it shine, because it'll reflect what's up here in the sky. Now, you know the stories we've heard about yellow snow. Be careful, don't get too much of it. There we go. And you can turn this into an extremely warm painting. Sometimes winter paintings are so cold that they're not much fun to look at. I like to make winter scenes that are nice and warm and make you happy. Okay, let's do something. I'm gonna take and mix up. We'll take some black and some blue, a little bit of alizarin crimson, and just mix it with a knife. And the least little touch of white into it, titanium white. There we go. There, good dark color. Okay, let me wipe my knife off here. Now then, we'll take the old fan brush and load it full of paint. Just pull it through there, give it a little wiggle. See, there's a lot of paint in the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe right back here lives, I think we had a happy little evergreen that lived right there. Take just the corner of the brush and begin working back and forth. I had a lady in one of my classes, she called these Z trees. She says, because all you're doing is going back and forth and making little Z's. And I think that's a good analogy. Just sort of work it back and forth, and you're forcing the bristles to bend downward. See how those bristles are bending? And that makes all those little hangy down things that are under the limbs. Makes your tree look really nice. We don't want him to get lonely. You know, always Always give my little trees a friend. Because friends are so important. I think they're even important to trees. There we go. And that quick, we got a couple of happy little trees back here. And we can take our fan brush that had the white on it, add a little blue to that. Load it full. Okay, let's go back up here. And let's put the indication that maybe there's a little snow hanging on. Look at there, just a little. Don't want to kill all that dark because it's nice and contrasty. Helps make your little trees stand out. Just put the indication of a little bit of snow there. There we go. Okay, and maybe there's a happy little weed that lives right there. Okay. I'll wash off my old fan brush. Then we can begin going back into our snow colors. And then reach right up in here, grab under there, and sort of pull that out. And begin working with a lay of the land here. Look at that. See, now you've set that tree right up on a little hill back here. And that's where that little tree would be happy. You know, when you watch this beginning of the show, it only takes about 30 seconds to see the whole thing. But it takes a lot of fantastic people a long time to animate that. They do that one frame at a time. I couldn't believe it the first time I saw them doing that. It really made me appreciate some of the magic of television. And we're very fortunate we work with the best crew in the country here. There we go. All kinds of little things happening. Okay, that gives us a little background and some snow. Let's have some fun now. Let's go to the old round brush and go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of dark sienna, and we're just gonna tap it into the bristles. Okay, let's build some happy little trees. Maybe, let's go right here. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. Some little bushes and weeds, they come right on out. I don't know where they go. Wherever you want them to go, that's where they go. And I bet I remember we had some on this side too. So we'll just drop some right over here. Now I like to start at the bottom on these trees and work upward. That way, the darkest color is at the bottom, and it creates deeper shadows on the base of the tree. There we are. And all you're looking for here is just some very basic little tree shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. Detail will come later. Right now, all we're looking for is just some happy little shapes. Let's put a few more in there. I think they were a little thicker. There we go. That's getting pretty already. I like these little warm winter scenes. They do nice things in here. They make you happy. Okay, a little thinner on my liner brush, and we'll just pull it through some brown and turn that brush. Turn it and pull it out. It brings it to a very sharp point. There you can see it. Okay, let's go up here. And in here, I'm just going to put the indication of a few little trunks. Just a few here and there. Most of them you won't ever see. But should they show through, it gives a painting some detail. And that always is nice. Just here and there. Wherever you think a little trunk should live to hold up all this trees and shrubs back here. Just drop it in. Drop it in. Shoot, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's put some pretty colors on there. I'm going to go right into some of the yellows here. Some yellow ochre, some cad yellow, a little Indian yellow. Just tap this brush into it and the least little touch of the red. Whew, least little touch. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, maybe there's a tiny bit of highlight just playing right on the top of these. Just to create a little color. And if you're out selling your paintings, a lot of times people will buy your paintings because of the color more than the content. Because they have a special place in their house that color combination will just fit. And warm colors are very popular right now. I think maybe they're always popular. People don't like to be cold. Maybe, right there. There we go. A little bit more of the bright red. Let's put a happy little bush that lives right there. And all I'm doing is just tapping with the top corner of that brush. That's really all I'm doing, just barely touching. Now your paint has to be a little bit thinner than what's on the canvas if you want it to stick. The yellows I use are a little thinner than the other colors. That way they stick easier. And yellow is normally always used as a highlight color. There, see? Just layer after layer after layer. Just layer after layer. Okay. Now then, we can go back to our fan brush and we can begin just running right up in here and grabbing this and pulling it out. You don't care if a little bit of that brown color comes out until you snow. That's the only thing worse than yellow snow. There we go. Pull it right out. But it makes it look like shadows. There we are. Okay. Now then, over here on the other side, maybe we'll take some of those same little yellows, just tapping. And let's put a few highlights right on here. You know, we all do things we don't think about, and sometimes they're just automatic. And the other day I was doing a demonstration for a fantastic group, and a young man he was probably about 10 or 12 years old, just walked behind me, and I heard him saying out of the corner of his mouth as he walked around me, he says, maybe. So I could tell he'd been watching the show, and I don't realize I'm doing that sometimes, but he made me aware of it. So he was cute, and he brought in some fantastic paintings to show me. And then we recently did a show in Missouri, and I had a young lady that was 4 years old bring me some paintings. Son of a gun, she was just fantastic. 4 years old, and already she's a fantastic painter. By the time she gets my age, 22, she's really going to be something. And if you believe I'm 22, I want to sell you some land in Florida. There. Okay. Tell you what, let's do. That painting had a little cabin in it, happy little cabin. So let's do one of those. We'll start here with some Van Dyke Brown. Cut us off a little bit. There, see, it's right out on the edge of that knife. There you can see it real good. Okay, let's go up here. Let's start with the back eave of that cabin. We'll give him a little back eave, like so. Now this may not be an exact duplicate of the painting that you see animated, because you can never go back and do a painting that's exact. But it'll show you how that painting was done. And you can do your own at home. There. See, need the side. Now then, let me grab some white. This is just straight titanium white. Touch. And give him a happy little roof. Don't want him to freeze to death. Gotta give him a roof. There. And sometimes you'll find it's easier to scrape out the basic shape. And it helps remove some of that loose paint that's underneath. Put a little snow on the other side. A little bit right down there. Take a little bit of the dark sienna and some white. And let's put some highlights on these boards. Just some highlights. Makes it look like old wood. A little bit of brown. Give him a door. There. And we can take just the point of the knife and create the illusion of some old slabs here. This cabin's made with old boards. A little bit of blue and white. And we just put the indication of a little window right there. That's really hard to see, but it's there. Okay, now then, let's go right up in here and put a little snow coming right down through there. Right down. And then you can cut this off and put it wherever you want it. And we'll take, this is a little bit of, little alizarin crimson and a tiny bit of phthalo blue. Make a lavender color, dark lavender color. And we'll just put the indication of a little happy little path right here. See, he needs a little way to get out of this cabin. Then we can come back with a round brush and go back into some of our yellows, touch of the red, tap them in. Let's go right here. And we'll come right along here. And we'll just let a few little bushes grow right up around the edge of his cabin. That sort of sets it back into the painting. And if I lived in this little cabin, I'd want to set back into the bushes and trees where the salesmen couldn't find me. I'd be hiding back here. Okay, then we can take a little bit of the titanium white and just sort of smooth that out on the bottom. Okay, that easy. Now then, we had a little fence. So I'm going to just dip my liner brush right into the liquid black. That's the easiest way to make a little fence. See, just pull it down. And we just let it go right on back. Maybe it goes right on over the hill back here. And there's still some old fence things laying across there like that. Let them go. With the liquid white, we can come right back and lay a little bit of snow on there. See? Isn't that super? Really gives your painting a lot of detail. And when you're doing this at home, you can just get crazy and put all kinds of beautiful little things. Maybe we'll have this post come right behind the house. We don't know where it goes that way. There. Okay. Now then, let's go over here, play a little bit on the other side. I think we'll put some big bushes. I'm tapping that same old brown brush. I haven't cleaned it yet. Right into the browns again. Let's go up here. And we're going to have a great big tree all right over my pretty bushes back here. This big tree, he is a big tree. He lives right here. See, just start thinking about some basic shapes, how you want your tree to look. Look at there. See, big old tree. There he comes. You put this dark in so the light will show when you put it on there. There's a happy little bush. This comes right on down. That looks good already. Now then, a little paint thinner right into the brown. Just really load that brush full. Okay, let's go up here. See? And turn that brush when you're pulling it down. Turn it. It helps make all kinds of old gnarly effects. Keeps your tree just from being a future telephone pole. See? And just drop all those little things in. Then we can take our round brush and right back into the yellows. A little bit of the bright red. Just tap it. Okay? And we'll go right up here. See? And just put the indication of a few little highlights. Just some warm colors in here. There. And as many or as few as you want. Just drop them in. Isn't that super that you can make all those little things that quick? Sometimes it's fun to go right into, let's take a little bit of the blue and white mixed together. And look at there, we'll put one in that gives it a little bit of cold feeling. Maybe he's got a friend right there. So mix a little cold in there with all that warm. Just makes all kinds of beautiful little things happen. There we go. There's one right there. And as many of them or as few as you want. It's up to you. Painting gives you freedom. Gives you freedom. And I think we all are looking for that. At least I am. There we go. All kinds of little happy things. Alrighty. Let me lay that brush down and we'll go back to our old fan brush. And a little color in it. We're just mixing between blue and a little pink. And then we're going to change this plane. In other words, I want this to go there in a different angle. So it looks like it's overlapping what's back there. Just by changing the angles here, you can create all kinds of fantastic illusions. See? And it doesn't matter. Once again, if you pick up a little bit of that color, it really, really adds to your painting. Let's take a little bit of this is just a little bit of blue and white on the brush. Just tap in a few little happy bushes and weeds coming right down like that. There's one. Okay. I tell you what, as you know, I like big old trees. So let's do a big old tree. I'm going to go right in to Van Dyke Brown and pick up some of the Midnight Black and just mix them together. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there lives a big tree. Oh, he does now. Does now. Right there. Right there. See? Big old tree. And let's give him an arm. Boy, he is a big tree. And all we're doing right now is just looking for a very basic shape. Very basic shape. And we can take a little bit of the browns and white. This is dark sienna and white. And let's just put the indication of some nice little highlights here. Just here and there. Just here and there. Like so. Okay, well, I got the old knife going here. A few little fences posts we had, I think, in that one. A little white. Like so. I'm going to take the old liner brush and we'll put the indication of a happy little limb here and there. And the old clock tells me it's time to leave for this week. So I hope you've enjoyed this one. I hope you've enjoyed seeing it at the beginning of each show. And until next time, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic painting that has some big almighty mountains in it, maybe some big trees, and let's just start and see what happens. Let's start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, and it'll come across starting with a titanium white and working right around. While they're doing that, let's go up here. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's wet and slick and all ready to go. Thought today we'd start out with a touch of yellow ochre. Just a touch. Just tap the brush right into the paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I'm going to start right up in here and just use little crisscross strokes. Just put a small amount of this yellow ochre just in the sky. Just let it sort of bounce around and play, just like that. Okay, now, to that, I'm going to add the least little touch of alizarin crimson, a very, very small amount. See what a small amount's on there? Tiny bit, okay? Let's go up here. Now I'm just putting a little alizarin crimson right along the edges here. And in reality, this crimson acts as a barrier because I'm going to have blue over here. And if the blue touches this yellow, you know you're going to have a bright green sky. And we don't want that today. Okay, so just a little crimson, it just protects the yellow. Now then, I'm going to take and go right into the Midnight Black and Prussian Blue. Oh, these are two strong colors. Be so careful. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, just bounce in a little of that. Still making the little crisscross strokes. Just the way the teacher used to grade my paper. Just little X's all over the place. And maybe there's a little bit right here. Okay. I'm going to have some water in this painting. I am an absolute fanatic for water. So we'll take the phthalo blue, tiny little bit, and to that I'm going to mix a little phthalo green. So we got phthalo blue and phthalo green. Let's go right here and just pull it across. Use very little of the phthalo green. It is so strong, and pull from the outside in. Leave a little area open in the center and it'll look like a little sheen of light coming across your water when the painting's done. All right. Now then, let me just grab a clean brush. I've got several of these old brushes going, so it saves me some time. Be sure your brush is good and dry, and start in the light area and begin blending outward. Still making those little crisscross strokes. Just blend it all together. There we go. So you just have a small amount of yellow in the sky. You put a little bit more of the yellow in the sky when you initially start than you want, because it'll be ate up. These other colors would just sort of eat it up. I'm going to take a little bit of titanium white. Into that, add the least little touch of bright red. Least little touch. Cut me off a little hunk. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a happy little floater cloud. Just sort of lays up here in the sky. You can just put these on with a knife. See, just push them right into the fabric. Little floaters. There they go. Just show you how to make those. Then we take our 2-inch brush and very lightly, following the angles, just lift them. Hope you can see those. They're quite light. I don't want very bright clouds in this painting. But when you're doing yours, if you want clouds that stand out a little more, add a little color. Easy to do. Let's build us a mountain. Let's start with some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, some alizarin crimson. Just a small amount of alizarin crimson, unless you want purple mountains. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. And let's go right up in here. We'll make some big old huge mountains. Look at there. And we push that paint into the canvas. Push it right into the fabric. You're not going to hurt this. There's really not much paint on the knife. Push it. Just try to push it right through the canvas. And then scrape off all the excess. The more you can scrape off, the easier the next step will be. Really scrape hard. Then take the large brush, grab it, and pull. See, because this canvas is wet with the liquid white, you can move this son of a gun wherever you want it. If this was a dry canvas, this wouldn't work. Boy, you'd be in Agony City. There. See, just pull it like that. And just let it blend right on down till it's just sort of hanging there in the mist. The only thing you're worried about at this point is the nice outside edges. You could really care less what's happening below that. Okay, I'm going to take white, pull it out as flat as I can get it, and cut across. So let's do that one more time while the camera's close and you can see it. Pull it out very flat and cut across. Get that little roll of paint. So important. So important. Let's go right up here. There. Now, just barely touching the canvas. Barely touching the canvas. Just allow that to flow right off your knife. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just let your hand just float. Pretend you're a whisper floating across here. This is probably one of the biggest problem areas that people write and tell me they're having, is making this paint break. And by break, I mean leave all these little holes in it. And 99 times out of 100, one of two things is happening. You're using paint that is too thin, or you're applying too much pressure. So you need a firm paint and no pressure. They work together. They work together. And that's what allows you to do all of this. There we go. And you can just put as many or as few of these things in there as you want. Let's take a little phthalo blue and white, just blue and white. right like that. Pull it out and cut across. Once again, you need that little roll of paint, okay? And let's go back in here and begin dropping in some beautiful little shadows. Notice the angles. Angles in mountains are very important. Your highlights go in one basic angle, and your shadows go in another angle. See? Put all kinds of little things in there. All kinds of little places. You know, there's maybe a mountain goat lives up here, and he needs a little place to hide and keep from getting cold at night. Give him a little place up here. There we go. Just like so. As many as you want. Anywhere you want to create the illusion of a little ridge, all you have to do basically is drop in a little shadow. That's all. These are your mountains, and you can do anything in these mountains that you want. Anything. Anything. Total freedom here. Okay. Now take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I want to diffuse this. So I'm tapping very lightly and following the angles of the mountain. Always follow those angles. There. Over here, you follow these angles. Whichever way the paint goes, that's the way you want these little taps to go. Now lift upward. Gently, gently lift upward. That takes out the little tap marks, softens, blends, and creates that beautiful, beautiful misty effect down at the base of the mountain. And that easy. That easy. You have it. Okay. Now then, I just take a old 2-inch brush. It's already dirty. I'm going to take a little midnight black, a little bit of blue, a little touch of Van Dyke brown into it. We'll even throw in a tiny bit of white. There we go. Just tap that brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now maybe we'll just touch in like that and create the illusion of a few little grassy things that are running, little trees that are running right up the mountain, way back in the distance there. Far, far away. Then you can use a 1-inch brush and lift upward. Just lift upward. See there? Looks like little trees going right up the side of that mountain, far, far away. Far away. Very soft. All right. And tell you what, let's do. Let's just use that same color. Van Dyke brown, black, blue, a little white. Let's go right in here, and maybe there's some beautiful little foothills. Just with the corner of the brush, just using just the corner, you can create the illusion of all kinds of little foothills living right here. Look at there. See there? That easy. Now then, with a clean brush, I want to create mist at the bottom of these. So just tap. Give it a pretty strong tap. Lift upward. Yeah, that easy. That easy. We got a little footy hill. Now then, let's take the round brush. I like it. It's fun. Go into some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of dark sienna. Just mix them on the brush. I'm going to throw in a touch of sap green too. Just tap. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe we're getting a little closer. We're beginning to see more color, more detail. So we'll just tap in some little background trees. Just some little background trees. They live right here. Wherever you think they ought to live, that's exactly where they ought to live. There. See, and you say, oh my gosh, he's made one heck of a mess down here. You may be right, too. But what I'm hoping for, because this canvas is wet, you can do this. Watch right here. You can grab this and turn it right into reflections. Just giving it a little gentle pull downward. There. And then lightly go across. Instant reflections. This may be the nicest thing that happens with this painting technique. Okay, let's put a few highlights on there. I'm going into some cadmium yellow, a little bit of sap green, some yellow ochre, and I'm just going to mix these colors on the brush. Just brush mix them. All right, let's go back up here. Now, just with the top corner of the brush, just tap in some indications of all kinds of happy little things happening here. Little bushes, little trees, far away. don't put in too much detail. It's too far away. When things get closer to you, then you begin seeing all the beautiful little detail things. But back here, you don't see all that detail. So don't overdo it. Sometimes that can be very disturbing in a painting when there's too much detail in something that you want to look too far away. It ruins that illusion. There we go. See? And layer these things. Do one at a time and work forward, forward, forward. Helps create the illusion of distance, depth in the bushes. You know, those little tree urchins have to have a place to live. Tree urchins are squirrels. So they got to have a little place back here to hide. See, that you don't care if a little bit of this yellowish color gets down into your water, because all you do is take it, pull it down also, and it becomes part of the reflections. And really makes your painting look a little better. Learn to work with whatever happens. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Happy accidents. Take a little brown and white right here, cut across it, a little tiny roll of paint. And let's just put the little indication of land right in here. Just a little. I don't want a bunch. Just a little. Far, far away. Far away, like so. There we go. Just barely touching the canvas. Allow the canvas to pull off what it wants. Take a little bit of liquid white, and with that, we can just cut in the indication of a happy little water line. And this water line, it tends to clean up the bottom of your little bushes and trees back here. And it gives you a light area in between the dark, so it separates. In painting, you're playing light against dark, dark against light, continually. That's what makes it work. All right, now we can come on into the foreground here and really start playing. Let's have some fun. Let's get crazy today. I'm gonna take some brown. We'll throw in some Prussian blue, some sap green, some black. Anything that's dark, we don't care. Ooh, boy, what a mess. Let me clean this knife off. That's certainly dark. Now I'm gonna take the 2-inch brush and just go right into the paint and wiggle it. This is just an old dirty brush that was laying there. Wiggle. See, wiggle it. Wiggle, wiggle it, wiggle it. And then sharpen it, just like you would a fine knife. See there? Now look how sharp that is. There you can see it. Ooh, that's just like a razor. That's a chisel edge. Okay, let's go up here. Now with this super sharp chisel, let's have a happy evergreen that lives. Boy, he sure does now, right there. Now, sometimes we avoid this old big brush, but look what it can do. It makes the most beautiful evergreens. Don't be afraid of this 2-inch brush. Jump in there and use it. Play with it. It comes to a super, super sharp chisel edge, and you can do this with it. It might make better looking evergreens than some of the smaller brushes. They have a lot more character to them. Come down to about right there. Now then, I can take my knife, take a little of this dark sienna, a little white into it, pull it out, cut off a little bit of paint, and thus create a little tree trunk. And you don't see the entire trunk, but just here and there where you think you might see it, a little tree trunk. Okay, I'll use this same old dirty big brush. I'll go right into some of the cad yellow. Now, since we had a little blue in that color, automatically this is going to turn green. Beautiful green color. Bring it back to a chisel edge. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's take and just put the indication of some highlights on this big old tree. Some nice bright spots. And that easy, you have a fantastic little evergreen. Okay, lay the old brush down here. Going back to the round brush, we'll go into our browns. This is a dark sienna, the Van Dyke. And let's have some fun right in here. In here, we're going, oh, look at here. Here comes a tree. Look at here, big, strong tree. He lives right there. And all we're doing right now is putting in the basic shape for that tree. Just the basic shape. Isn't that fun? I like this old round brush. You can just tap in all kinds of things. Okay, we'll take the liner brush. We'll go into a little paint thinner. Right into some brown. The thinner will thin your paint down till it's like water. Turn that brush, bring it to a point. We'll go right in here and just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk. You could also do this with a knife if you wanted to, however you want to put it in. However, I tell you what, let's tap a little more of this brown in here. I bet over here on this side would be a good place to have another little tree while we got it going. Let's just put one right in here. See how easy that is? You can just put in all kinds of little things. Now I see a reflection. Right here, watch. See, just pull it down. Once again, because the liquid white's under there, this is so easy. Instant reflections. Instant reflections. Now we can put some highlights. I'll just use this same old dirty round brush. We'll take some yellows, a little green, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just touch. Okay, let's go up here. Now, just using the top corner of the brush, all you have to do is just gently tap. Just tap. See? And put all those little highlights. Makes the indication of thousands of little leaves. Well, I used to take my one-haired brush and spend days trying to get that effect. Absolutely days. There we go. And just begin picking out little shrubs and bushes, little places that the rabbits would hide. There we go. Birds have got to have a place to go and feel comfortable. I'm a bird fanatic. I like birds. I spend all my money on bird seed and feed all of them in the country. But that's okay. That's okay. When the birds take over, I'll have a friend. There. There we go. Tap that right in. See, just layer after layer, however many you want. However many you want. Okay. I want to have some fun right in here. Maybe there's a happy little cabin there. I like doing these little cabins, and they're so simple. Cut off a little bit of brown. See, pull it out flat and get that little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe this little cabin lives right here in the woods. Wouldn't that be a super place to have a little house to come and hide? Okay, let's give him a roof. Zoom. Need a little front on the cabin. Both sides. See there? Just a quick little happy cabin. And a little bit over in here. This is just Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, just mixed together. Okay, then we can take a touch of brown and white, and we can throw a little highlight on there. Little on this side. Zoom. Just a touch. Just a touch. Boy, that's a rough-looking old cabin. Hunter built this one a long time ago. He was out here. Maybe there was a beaver lived out here, and he came out here and trapped the animals. Maybe one day he had a couple of drinks too many and fell off in the lake here. And the old cabins just sort of went back to nature. Okay, we'll take a little of that same brown color. Let's put some little happy things up here on the roof. Just touch and just let it sort of bounce down. Just bloop, 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 bloop. Like that. We'll take the least little bit of white and maybe just sort of highlight this edge so it just stands out a little bit. Just so it stands out a tiny bit. Boy, that old cabin's seen its better day. Now you can cut it off. See? You can do a cabinectomy. Just sort of zip off whatever you don't want and work out your perspective. Then we go back to our round brush. And let's have some bushes and some weeds that are growing all up around. He didn't cut his grass very good either. Okay, some more brown. Maybe there's some happy stones that just live right in here. Little path. Just all kinds of little stones. A little brown and white for some highlight. Don't cover all your dark. Just sort of hit it here and there. And we'll take a fan brush. Little yellows, a little green on it. Just mix it up real good. A lot of paint, okay? And come back in here. We'll put in some little happy grassy things all around in here. Look at that. All kinds of little things. Well, we got that old brush going. Maybe there's some over here too. So we can sort of flatten this area out just by putting some little grass right in there. Right in there. And we'll put a stone or two. There's one. There's one. Just touch it with a little highlight color. Kind of have a little grassy areas there. I'm adding a little touch of the bright red in there just to sparkle that up. There. See how those stones just stand up in the grass? Isn't that easy? You know, we really try to make painting fun for you. Fun and easy. And I think it's working. We get thousands of letters from people all over the country that are telling us they're having unbelievable success. Here I'm using a little bit of liquid white. Just put in a happy little waterline. And with the point of the knife, you can scrape in a few little sticks and twigs, wherever you want them. And as usual, Bob's going to put in a big tree. I like big trees, as you know. Let's take the old fan brush, load it full of brown, a little midnight black in it, and the big tree lives right there. Boy, that is a big tree when you have the canvas vertical. That's up and down. There, big tree, black and brown, just to give it a nice dark. Maybe there's a little tree here. See? You can just make as many trees in your world as you want. There we go. Now we can take the knife. We'll use a little red, a little dark sienna, a little white. Don't overmix, about like so. And let's just put the indication of some light shining right through here. Just some happy little things sparkling. So leave your paint just partially mixed. Don't want to overmix it. Wherever you want it to go. You can put a little blue and white on the other side to make it look like a little reflected light. A little touch of white right here where the light's really striking. Look at there. It's that little light color against the dark background. Really makes those trees pop out. You can see them. You can really see them. Okay, we'll take a touch of the liquid black on the liner brush and just put the indication of a tree limb here and there. Just here and there. See? Just wherever you think there should be a limb. That one, see? It went behind that tree. This liquid black works very nice for putting out a lot of tree limbs real quick. There goes one right over the mountain. That one hurt. After you work so long and hard on your mountain and start throwing tree limbs all over it. See, there we go. There we go. Just some indications here and there. Wherever you think they should be, then that's where they should be. Now then, we'll take the old 2-inch brush. This is the same old dirty brush I had. It's got some green on it. And let's go right up in here and just put the indication of just all kinds of beautiful little leaves that are living on these trees. Just by touching. Just touch. See? And you can put as many or as few as you want. Well, it's about time for me to leave you today. I really hope you've enjoyed this painting and it's given you a lot of ideas. I think you'll like it. So, I think we'll call this one finished. And with that, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next time. I'm really, really glad you could join me today. Today is a very special day to me, and I'd like to share that special day with you. Today marks sort of an anniversary for us. With this painting, we will have 100 Joy of Painting shows. Isn't that fantastic? It's almost unbelievable to me that we have 100 shows now, and I owe it to you because you've allowed me into your home each week. You've called your PBS station, you've wrote letters, you've made it possible, and I'd like to tell you thank you, and I hope you enjoy this painting. So let's go on up and let's get started. Let's see, today we'll have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do the painting, starting with the white and working around. And that'll tell you everything that you need to paint this beautiful painting. Let's talk a little bit. As I have done on one of the earlier shows, I've taken and covered the canvas with contact paper. This is just ordinary contact paper you can buy at your local hardware store or supermarket, whatever. And I've just cut a design out here. Now, in all honesty, this design came from a placemat off my table. So anything that you can find to make a nice looking design, you can use it. And then I've covered the outside of the canvas with a contact paper, and we're ready to go. And on that, we'll do a pretty little painting. So let's get started. I'm going to take off with a small amount of cadmium yellow, just the least little touch. Least little touch. We'll do a bright, shiny picture. Go right in here, and I'll just go across, just like that. Just like so. Without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of yellow ochre. Same old dirty brush. And just lay a little touch so it blends right into that. Like that. There we are. Once again, without cleaning the brush, I'm going into a little bit of the bright red. Little bit. It's very, very strong. And I'll just put a little layer of red right across there. Okay. And sort of just very gently blend all those together. You don't want it to look like stripes. Just blend it together. Alrighty, now then I'm going to take a fan brush and go right into a little touch of the midnight black. Just a little bit. Okay, let's go up here. And up in here, I'm going to bounce in some happy little cloud shapes. Just let that brush play and just work right down into the red. Keep the brush moving, little circles, little tiny circles. Just let it go every which way. Here and there. Okay, now wash that brush, just a little bit of paint thinner, and very gently, just going to blend that black right here on the bottom. Just sort of blend it all together. Now then, under the black, I'm going to go into the dark sienna. Same old fan brush. Okay, let's go back up here. And just put in a little bit of this beautiful, beautiful brown color. And let it play around. Like that. Just sort of warms up the sky. And I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend a lot of time washing brushes. So I'll take some red and titanium white just to make a nice pink color. And with that, let's go right up here and we just bounce in some happy little cloud shapes. Just little tiny circles. Keep them going, keep them going. And let it pick up some of that undercolor so it all mixes together. There we are. Some of the browns and a little bit of the black. Now, with a clean, dry brush, very gently, just blend all this together. You don't want to kill all the little clouds. Now, these dark colors underneath here will absolutely eat up your light colors, so be very careful. Don't want to eat them all up. And you can make a fantastic little sky that easy. Very gentle here, though. There's 3 hairs and some air. And you can beat the brush, and that removes the excess paint. You don't have to go through all the cleaning procedures. Look at there. Now just gently blend it, and you have an almighty sky. Alrighty, we got us a little sky. Let me wash this brush. And as you know, we wash the brushes with odorless thinner. Shake them off. And just beat the devil out of them. Alright, let's get the old round brush. I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke Brown, some of the dark sienna. Maybe a touch of the sap green in there too, just a little bit. Let's drop in some happy little tree shapes. And we're going to put in some little background trees, just tapping. Just tapping. You know, as I said at the beginning of the show, this is a very, very special show to me because it marks 100 Joy of Painting shows. And as far as we know, as of the filming of this show, that's the most painting shows any series has ever had. That's unreal. And there's been a lot of fantastic people that have helped make all of this possible. A lot of fantastic people. And I'd like to dedicate this painting to a couple of people that have really made the joy of painting possible. There's been several, but I'd really like to mention by name. First of all, my wife Jane. She's stood behind us and kept this thing going. And it takes a special lady to live with a crazy man. And two other people that have really, really been super. My business partners and closest friends, Walt and Ed Kowalski. Without them, there would have been no joy of painting. And would like to publicly say thank you very much. Well, let's take a little brown here. This is the dark sienna, little Van Dyke. And let's begin putting in some happy little things right along here. This is where we begin creating the lay of the land. Look at there. See how easy that is? Maybe right over here. All this dark is just to give us a base color so the light will show when we put it on top. There we go. All right. We'll take the liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner on it. Make that paint as thin as water. Turn that brush, pull it, and let's put a few indications of some little tree trunks way back in the distance. There's one. Boy, he just come right up above the trees. See? There. Okay, and you can put as many or as few as you want in your painting. There we go. Just all over. Now, let's start putting some highlights on there. I'll just go back into this old round brush. Same old dirty brush. I haven't cleaned it. We'll tap in some yellows, grab a little green, this is sap green, and we just tap it in. We got some yellow ochres, cad yellow, little Indian yellow. Okay, let's go up here. Just using the very top corner of the brush. Just put in some happy little shapes. Don't kill all your dark areas. Don't kill them all. Look at that. See, if you put too much detail, then it's going to look too close, and we want this to look like it's far, far away and very quiet, soft. There. Add a little bit of the bright red to that color. Oh, look at there. There's a nice one. Nice one. Okay. Right there. All kinds of things. And work in layers. Layer after layer after layer. And that's what will create the depth in your painting. Okay. Now we can come down here, put in a little more of the dark, and we can start putting in the highlights. As I say, this is where you really begin figuring out the lay of the land. Just begin dropping it in. Like so. Okay. And once we have this dark area there, then we're ready. So, same old dirty brush. I'm going to go right into some of the yellows. tap it. See, just tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, just begin touching. See, very gentle, like so. And you can make layer after layer after layer. When you're doing this, if you have trouble getting your paint to stick, add a little bit of the liquid white or a small amount of paint thinner, just to make your paint a little thinner. There. I added a touch of the bright red there, just to get it to stand out a little. See, you can just make layer after layer. Nice and bright. There we go. Anywhere you want a hill, just put a little bright area, and it creates the illusion of a happy little hill there. There. We'll just put another one there and let it work right on up. And just sort of let your imagination go when you're doing these at home. See, over in here, we'll just pull that across. We'll come back and play with that later. Watch here. Now we'll take a fan brush and very gently with a fan brush, let's make the indication of just a happy little path that lives right up here. All you're doing is grabbing a little bit of that color and just pulling it. If you want to, here and there, you can add a little bit of brown just to make it look more like dirt, but allow it to grab these colors. And just pull it right on out. See there? And you got a little path. That easy. I added a touch of titanium white there just to make it look like there's a little sun playing through there. Just a little sunshine. Okay. We can take the knife and just scratch in the indication of a few little trunks back in these distant trees, little background trees. Just here and there. Now then, let me find my fan brush. We'll go into some brown and some of the midnight black. Let's build a little tree. Let's have some fun. A lot of paint on the brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives right here, just a happy little evergreen tree. All I'm doing is just barely touching the canvas. And we take the corner of the brush and give it a little upward push. See? Give it a little We'll put some little limbs out here on him. Just like so. Make his trunk nice and strong. Give him a little foot. He's got to have something to stand on. Something to stand on. Okay, maybe he's got a friend that lives, yep, right there. Right there. His friend's a little bigger, a little stronger. Maybe he's got two friends. Just like that. Now then, on these, they're a little closer so you'd see a little more detail. I'm going to take a little white on another fan brush and just very gently come along this edge and put a little bit of highlight just to make him stand out a little better. And you can take your script liner brush, a little bit of the liquid black, and put a little limb here and there. See there? Just a couple happy little limbs. And back to our 2-inch brush. And just sort of blend his little foots right into the little grassy areas. That easy. Back to our black and brown mixture. Let's go up here. And maybe, yeah, there we are. It's a happy little leaf. Little limbs, little leaves on these trees. Just live right about there. Like that. Now then, same old brush. I'll go right into a little bit of yellow because there's black on there. When you hit that yellow, it's going to turn a beautiful green color. Load it full. Let's go back up here. Now you can come back and just put some highlights. Don't want to cover all the dark. Maybe I'll make that a little bit brighter so you can see it. A little more of the, there, that shows up a little better for you. See there? Some of them nice leaves there. And maybe there's even a few shining on this one back here. He's farther away. You're not going to see as much detail on that one. All right. I think we're coming right along here. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's bring the camera right up close here. This is where the fun starts. You grab this contact paper, and you take this off. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that fantastic? See, and already you have all your nice borders around here. And what's really fun when you're doing this at home, you might want to paint this, like a nice tan color or a very light, like chalk powder blue. You can do all kinds of things so it looks like borders, looks like it's matted around there when you get all finished. I get excited about these. They're a lot of fun. Okay, I'm going to go right into some alizarin crimson, a little bit of the phthalo blue. Proportionately, much more crimson than the blue. Much more crimson. Just tap that big brush in there, round brush. Now, here we go. Now, this is what's fun to me. I like to come out of these borders that we created and let the painting actually extend right out of the borders. And all we're doing here is just tapping in some very basic little shapes where we want some happy little things to be. Just like so. See, and we're totally killing this border. Okay. Now then, I'll just use the same old brush. We'll go right into some Van Dyke Brown. It's a dark sienna. And we'll put another little tree. Lives right here. Just all kinds of little trees. See all those little things happening? Maybe there's a happy bush that lives right here. These are really fun paintings. I hope you try some of them. They're so effective. Hey, that comes right on down, wherever you want it to go, wherever. Over here, not much color. Let it, like a vignette, just let it get softer and softer and softer over here toward the edges. There we go. All right. Now then, we'll take the liner brush. Let's put some paint thinner on it and go right into our brown. Turn that brush, bring it to a nice sharp point. Okay, now then, let's go right up in here, and here's some nice tree limbs. Let's let them protrude right out onto the pure white canvas. See there? Look at them. Just here and there. Just here and there, wherever. There's something way over there. Look at there. You can just make all kinds of happy little limbs. This is just brown with paint thinner, so it flows. There we go. But you have to make big decisions here. How many limbs live in your painting? Just however many you want. That's all. Okay. Now maybe down here, just to change things a little bit, maybe this tree has a white trunk. So I'll just use a little bit of the liquid white, and we'll put a little white trunk in there. It's that easy. I like to turn that brush. It picks up all those undercolors and makes beautiful little effects. See there? See how that stands out though? If you put dark against dark, you wouldn't have a whole bunch. But when you put this light against the dark, oh, they stand out and shine for you. There. And maybe there's a little one right here. However many you want. That's up to you. Now we can have some fun. Let's take the old 2-inch brush and we'll go right into some color here. This is yellow and green. And I'm just tapping it. Like so. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, right along in here, just barely touching the canvas. Just put in a happy little leaf here and there. And let some of them extend out over your dark undercolor. That helps create the illusion of a vignette. See there? These paintings really excite me. This is the reason I chose to do this type of painting on such a special day. I'm really glad you joined me for this day. This, as I say, I just can't believe how special this is for me. And you've made it possible. There. There we go. Now let's put some things in here. I'll go back to the round brush. It's a lot of fun. I'll just tap it into a little yellow ochre and a little green. Reach over here and get a touch of the bright red. Just a touch. It's very strong. Very strong. Just go up here. Now then, just using the top corner. Just the very top. Gonna just tap in all kinds of little leafy effects. Now if your paint won't stick, I've said it over and over, add a little bit of the liquid white or a little bit of thinner. Let them just come right over. Because a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. It's probably our golden rule. See, let this project right on out past the dark. There's another happy little bush lives right there. See, I knew he was there. You did too, didn't you? You knew he was there. There we go. There's another little bush. He lives right there. Okay. Coming right on forward. Ooh, there's one. He looks like he's got little flowers on him. Happy bush. It's the only kind of bushes we make. They're always happy. And we'll just sort of let some little things just graduate out into here. Just let the color just sort of disappear. Gentle, gentle, light little touch. See there? These are very soft little paintings. These make excellent gifts for all your friends. People really love these, and when you frame them, oh, you can't believe how pretty they are. Can't believe. And your friends will say, you didn't paint that, but you know you did. And you can. You can do it. Yeah. Take just the clean point of the knife and scrape in a few little sticks and trunk indications here and there. Just like so. All right. You know me. I'm not happy when we paint unless we have a big tree in there. So let's put a big tree. I'm going to go right into the midnight black and the Van Dyke brown. La 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 la. Just be happy. Mix up all these colors. Look at all the paint in that brush. Okay, let's go up here. I said I wanted a big tree, so let's do a big one. I think my big tree lives. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. He lives right there. There he comes. Oh, goodness. Big old tree. He goes right off the canvas. Strong tree. Big tree. Look at that. Be brave. Be brave. Maybe he's got a big foot that comes right down here like that. Big old foot. All right. Now I've got another fan brush that I used earlier that's got white on it. So we'll just take it and we'll come right down the side here. Come right down the outside edge first. See? And tap. Just tap. This makes the tree bark look sort of fuzzy. And that, to me, is the way old evergreen trees look. They got a sort of textured bark, rough. Maybe right in here. See how you can divide that tree up and create a little hollow in there? Shoot, that's where some little creature lives right in there. He needs a little house. Now then, liner brush, right into some of the liquid black, and let's take and put a limb right there. Right there. See, you can put as many limbs as you want in yours. We'll just put a few in, just to show you how. This is just straight liquid black. See, there we go. And have some in there that are broken off. Evergreens especially. Boy, they have a lot of old limbs that get broke off. And this is where all the little squirrels come and sit and play. They have to have a good time too. Now, while we have this liquid black going here, let's just work on, look at there. We'll just have that big old root just come right on down. It just sort of hangs right on off the canvas. Look at that. And there's one right there. And maybe there's one that comes over the other way. Just use your imagination here. Let some of these little things just sort of happen. Okay, we can go right into a touch of the liquid white. And put a little highlight right out here, just like that. Just like that. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? I like these little paintings, and I really hope you do. And I'm glad that you've been with me today to share this special day. Thank you very much for being with me today. I'd like for all my friends to enjoy special days with me. And I have so many beautiful friends all over the country that the painting shows have allowed me to meet. All right. Let's go back to a brush that has the black in it. This is just midnight black. Let's go right up in here. And let's put in, there they are, just some beautiful little leaves on this big evergreen tree, wherever you think they should live. See, now I like this here because it breaks the border there, but leaves it there so you can see it. That's one of them happy accidents we're always talking about. Learn to use them. Learn to make friends with them. That ought to be enough to show what we want to show. Right there, right there, right there. There we go, there we go. Okay, now then, take another fan brush. We'll use yellow and sap green. Yellow, sap green. Load a lot of color on the brush. Okay, let's go right back up here. Now then, come right along in here and highlight these. Just put some happy little highlights right in there. That easy. And it'll make your painting complete. So if you've painted along with me, all you need right now is to sign your masterpiece, and it'll be finished. And we're going to call this one finished. Once again, thanks for being with me today. Happy painting, and God bless. Welcome back. Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fun little painting. I think you'll really enjoy this one. So let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across your screen that you need to do this painting along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go up here and talk a little bit about what I've done already. As you can see, today we have a black canvas. Now we make these black canvases by coating them with just a thin coat of black acrylic paint and allowing that to dry completely. This one's a little bit different because this time I started with yellow. I used a yellow acrylic right in here. Then I took a little contact paper and cut out a little circle and glued it onto the yellow, and then I painted it black. Then I let it dry. And just before we started this, I covered the entire canvas with a thin even coat of alizarin crimson. Now crimson is a very, very transparent color. This still looks black because it's so transparent. Now we're ready to start off and have some fun. This particular painting I'm going to do today came to me, the idea did, in the form of a postcard from a young man in Arizona. So if you're watching, thanks. You know who you are. You're about 11, 12 years old, and we write each other. I'm going to start out with a little bit of white, and I'm going to go right into cad yellow. White and yellow. I'll put the white in there just to make the yellow a little brighter. There we go. Really load that brush full. Look at there, a lot of paint in the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. Now this is going to be our sun. We're going to have a beautiful sunset. So this is the sun, so we'll start from here and work outward. We want this area to be the brightest part of our painting. Okay, ready? Let's just go in here, hit it, and begin doing this. Oh my gosh. And just start, look at there. See, that way automatically it gets darker, 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 darker as it works out from the sun. Look at there. Now then, the problem is you need to clean that brush between every loading. You don't want to ever take this dark color back into the sun. Back into our yellow and white. Load the brush really full. Really full. Okay, let's do that again. Right into here, boom. Take out all your frustrations. Just really sock it. bend that brush and begin working on some basic shapes. You know, in Arizona, New Mexico, they have some of the most beautiful sunsets anywhere in the country. I have a lot of friends that live there. There we go. Okay, clean the brush again. I'm back into my white and cad yellow. Load that old brush full. All right, now then maybe, boom, right here. There it comes. Here's another. Just big old arms coming out from here. See, just make all these beautiful shapes. But you can see how this yellow is picking up that crimson that's underneath. And don't stay in one place and keep grinding it. Move it. Keep that brush moving. Washing the brush again. I about wore out a fan brush here. Yellow and white. Okay, let's go right in here and hit it again. This time, we'll just bring this one. Maybe it just works right on off in here. Just like so. Maybe there's just happy little things floating around here and there. Wherever you want them. Wherever. And right along in here, let's just do some little stringy things. So we can just put a few of those and a few little fluffy ones. Just as many of these as you want. There we go. Okay, now then, if you just tried blending all this, chances are it would just mush up and you'd end up with a mess. I'm going to take the knife and very lightly just zip off some of the heavier areas where there's a lot of paint. That color remains in the canvas. Don't worry about it. See there? You can just zip it right off. I hope you wore your sunglasses today. This is going to be a bright painting. There we go. And when you're doing these black canvases, you can do the base color with any of the transparent colors. The blues, the greens, they all work just as well. So experiment, have some fun. All right, let's take the 2-inch brush and now very gently, let's just begin blending. Start in the light area and work outward. Look at there. Look at there. All kinds of beautiful effects will just happen automatically. These are our happy accidents. Don't fight them. Don't really try to plan this. Just sort of do it and see what happens. Okay, now I'm going to wash the brush. I'm beginning to pick up a little bit more paint than I want, so wash your brush. At least by the time you finish this painting, you're going to be an expert brush washer. Let's go up in here and continue to blend. Anytime you go back to this light area, always have a clean brush. Whether it's a fan brush or the 2-inch brush, makes no difference. Always a clean brush in there. Look at all the beautiful red colors that are just shining. That is one fantastic sky. And they're very easy to do. And as I said earlier, when you're trying this at home, experiment a little. Try all kinds of different colors. Try some of the, like phthalo blue is very transparent, Prussian blue. All the greens are very transparent. You can just make some unbelievable effects on these black canvases. Now then, let's have some more fun. Take the same color, load it back on the fan brush, and let's put some more of these little stringy clouds in here. I like him. They're sort of close to the horizon. I'm sure there's a proper name for these clouds. I just call them little stringy clouds. I'm bad about making up words, so don't go to your dictionary and try to find half of them. There we go. Just little happy things. Right along here and there. Okay. Now, very gently, just blend these. See there? That easy. That easy. Now, let's have some fun. Let's come up here and let's remove this piece of contact paper that I have here, and I'll show you what's underneath it. So let's come right in here. Watch. Just take the knife, pick up the edge, grab it, and look at there. Look at that. Isn't that a super easy way to put in a happy little sun? Okay, now then, let me find a clean fan brush, and I'm going to bring a little bit of that color over just to bring the edges together and to soften it. Just to soften it all together. Look at that. See there? Maybe there's a happy little cloud that just sort of floats across there. You can just pick up a little of the color and bring it right across. And you can make a beautiful moon this way too. It doesn't have to be the sun, it could be the moon. Now then, we'll take a little more of that bright yellow color. That's white with a little cad yellow. Maybe there's a little cloud or two that just literally floats right across. Like that. However many you want. And with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, very gently. We'll just blend all that together. That easy. Okay. Isn't that a sneaky little way of making a beautiful, beautiful sky very easy? I thought you'd like that. Let's have some more fun. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown, some dark sienna. Throw in a little black too. What the heck? We're just looking mainly for dark colors. We can throw in some crimson. Whatever you got that's dark, drop it in there. Load that brush full of paint. Look at all the paint. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now maybe there's a happy little mountain. We're going to have a small mountain in this because we want it to be far, far away. And I'm just going to use just the corner of the fan brush to put in our basic shape. Boy, as I say, in New Mexico and Arizona and all those, they have some of the most beautiful, beautiful mountain formations. Certainly not like the mountains that I grew up with in Alaska, but beautiful. Okay, maybe we'll have this one grow a little bit. Let's have some of the most unique rock formations. There we go. See there? Oh, I know what let's do. Let's have some fun. Right underneath here, I'm going to take some of the same yellowish color and pull it straight down, like a reflection. See, pull it straight down, go straight down. And we'll take a big brush, grab it, pull hard. See, and we're going to have some light under there. Look at that. See, now we have a little light area. And our little mountain color, same mountain color. We can just pull that right on down. It goes right off into there. Wherever. We don't know where it goes. Don't really care. Okay, let me grab another fan brush. I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time cleaning them. Go into a little yellow, a little bright red, yellow ochre, and a little Indian yellow. Just sort of mix all these colors up on the brush. I'm going to reach up here and grab a little bit of the dark sienna too. There, maybe a little more red. Okay, now we have a multitude of colors going on in that brush. There's not just one color. There you can see it a little better. Look at all the things happening. Good, let's go up here. Now then, here's our light source. So we're going to touch and begin just creating the illusion of all kinds of beautiful little rock formations. I'm just using just the corner of the fan brush. Look at all those. It's a super nice, easy way to make some of the beautiful mountains, some of the fantastic rock colors that you see in that part of the country. See, I know there's an old coyote sitting out there. I can just sort of feel it. He's sitting way down here at the base looking up at the moon. And he's singing his song. There we are. Maybe a little touch over in here. Don't want too much. Don't want too much. And anywhere you want, you can go back with the dark and shadow it. You can change these as often as you want. So, now then, come back. Put a little more red right in there. We'll let that one really sing. Isn't that neat, though, that you can do them that easy? Okay, gonna grab a little touch more of the red. That looks so good. Put some there, too. Just throw in all kinds of little highlights. We get some of the most fantastic letters from our friends in this part of the country. You know, it's unreal. In some parts of the country, in Arizona specifically, they're playing our show as much as an hour and a half a day, 3 shows a day. That's unbelievable. God, I thank you very much. And if they're not playing the show as often as you'd like in your area, call your station. Let them know what you'd like to see. They like to hear from you. Okay. Sometimes I get to talk in here and forget to paint, so we'll paint. We'll go back and we'll get right into our dark sienna and a little Van Dyke brown. Tap a little color in there. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, we begin to worry about the lay of the land. We're just going to begin picking up some little things here. Don't want to kill this little bright area. I want it to look like there's a little light shining through there when we're finished. Leave some of those little soft, misty areas. So I want this back here to be very dark. Okay, now I'm going to touch just a little bit of that same color that we used to highlight the mountain here and begin playing a little of that here and there, just where I think light would strike. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. There. Let it just work right down into there. See, that little soft area still stays in there. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Maybe there's another little hill right here. So you can just begin creating all kinds of illusions. There we go. That is one fantastic sky. I hope you enjoy this sky, and I really hope you try it. As I said earlier, a young friend sent me a postcard that really gave me the idea for this painting. We get so many of our ideas from cards and photographs that people send. So if you have something you'd like to see painting, send me a card. I'd love to hear from you. There we are. Now then, maybe over here we have a little hill coming down here. I'm back to my dark color. Just dropping that in. I tell you what, that looks just like a natural place there to be a happy little path going. We'll do that in a minute. We'll put a little path in there. Why not? Don't let your color get too bright on these canvases. These black canvases show color. It seems like 100 times more than a white canvas. So be careful with them. Be careful. Be careful. Color just stands out on them. Let's take a fan brush here, and I'm just going to very lightly come right up in here and just sort of work it back and forth. And create, see, just that easy. You can create the illusion of a little path. I know Coyote had to have a way to walk up and get up on this mountain so he could sing to the moon. Or the sun, whatever. I think we said this was a sunset. Beginning to look like a moon scene to me, though. Look at that, see? Can you see that path just coming right in there? That easy. And it sort of goes around the corner. Try to avoid having your path perfectly straight. It really looks a little better if it's got a little in it, little bend in it. Just a gentle bend. That sounds like a good name for a TV show, Gentle Bend. I'll have to remember that. There we go. Now then, back to my 2-inch brush, and let's just tap in a little bit more of this color. Just this is yellow ochre, little Indian yellow, little cad yellow, and it's on that dirty brush. It has the brown in it. Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting? Well, come on, let's do it. Let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me. And they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. And I thought today we'd do a beautiful little winter scene. I'm, partial to winter scenes since I lived in Alaska for so many years. So let's go up here and do it. I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's wet, slick, and ready to go. Then we'll start out with a little touch of the bright red. And let me say that again, little touch. It is very strong. Just tap a little bit into the 2-inch brush there, just a small amount. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe let's go right in here. And just put in a happy little glow. Don't want to set this on fire. All we want to do is create a little glow right across here. Be careful. Once again, this bright red can eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. There. Now that's mixing with the liquid white, and you get a beautiful warm glow. And maybe we'll just put a little bit right down in here. What the heck? Anything we don't like, we just cover up. And if we like it, it's already there. Okay, without cleaning the brush. Same old dirty brush. I'm going to go right into the least little touch of Indian yellow. It's very transparent. Now I'm allowing that red that was already in the brush to mix with the yellow. There we go. Okay, let's go back up here. Now right above the red, small amount of the Indian yellow. And use little crisscross strokes, little X's. And just blend all that together. Just like so. Very soft and very quiet. And we can just take and clean off the brush down here. We don't care. Whatever. Okay. Now then, I have some midnight black going right here. We'll take a little black and a little bit of the phthalo blue. And we'll just mix it together right on the brush. Just tap it. I still have not cleaned the brush. I'm lazy. If I can keep from cleaning the brush, boy, I'm all for that. Okay, just go right up in here, still using little crisscross strokes, and drop in a happy little sky. Just back and forth. Let it come right down into there, like so. Get a little touch more of the color. That's just black and blue. Put the black in there just to gray it a little bit. All right. Okay, let me clean the old brush now. As you know, that's my favorite part of painting is cleaning this old brush. Shake off the excess. And just give it a nice little wrap there. Okay, now just a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry. Be sure it's dry. That may be one of the biggest single problem areas we hear people talk about is that the brush is not dry, and they watch their painting drip right off on the floor. Then they get upset with me. And I really want this to work for you, and I want you to be happy with it. There we go. Okay. Very soft and gentle. Just so you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. Just sort of look at it, make a decision, and go for it. This is your painting, your world, so you can create any kind of illusion that you want on this piece of canvas. Let's have some fun. Take the old round brush. I'm going to go into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, and just tap it very firmly. And let's go right up here. Maybe right in here, way back in the distance, lives a few happy little trees. Just like so. This would have been a good sky to, well, we might do it yet. We might put a happy little cloud in there. We'll go ahead and put these in. Just like so. There we go. These will be far, far away. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's put a little cloud in there. Just want to show you how to do that. We'll use a fan brush today. Go right into the titanium white, pull it through, load a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe right in here lives a happy little cloud. I use just the corner of the brush. turn it, wiggle it, wiggle it. Now normally you should do this before you start putting your background trees in. I just changed my mind, decided I want to put a little cloud in here. But when you're doing this at home, I would really advise you do it before you put your background trees in. Save you a lot of trouble. There. Now then, let's take a nice clean dry brush, and I'm using just the top corner of the 2-inch brush to blend the bottom of the clouds out, barely touching. Tiny little circles, tiniest little circles. See there? Now, lift it upward. This is a big circle. Big. Grab it, lift it upward. But you're still just barely touching the canvas. And then very lightly blend the entire sky. See there? Isn't that easy? You can drop in a happy little cloud. Clouds used to drive me crazy when I was a traditional painter. I'd work for days trying to put in a little cloud. Going back to my round brush, the dark sienna, the Van Dyke brown. So you just really tap it in there. Get tough with it. Tap hard. Okay, let's go back up here. I tell you, I'm having so much fun with these little trees. Maybe there's one. He lives right there. Right there. Okay. We don't want him to get lonely. Let's give him a friend. His friend lives there. Okay. And wherever we're going down here. We really don't have to worry about down here yet. A little bit later we'll begin to worry about such things, but right now all we're doing is applying some very, very basic little shapes. See, maybe I just want that pinkish glow to be really shining through the trees. Look at that. Maybe there's a nice tree that lives there. Think about the shape of a tree. Just think about it. Make up little stories about trees. There's one that's a little taller. There. You can get carried away with these. I like to do trees. You know, we travel all over the country doing demonstrations for PBS stations and other fantastic groups all over the country. And it's unreal some of the fantastic new modern equipment they've come out with. Recently I was doing a demonstration in a small town, and there was probably about, 150, 200 people had showed up, and they gave me a fantastic new microphone, and it was wireless. I didn't have any wires or anything on, and I forgot it was on. So just before the show, I went to the bathroom. Needless to say, with a wireless mic, when I came back, everybody knew where I'd been, and even worse, what I'd been doing. So I have to learn to be careful sometime. All right, there we go. We got us a basic tree line in here, if we want to call it that. All we're doing is just tapping. Now then, let's take the old script liner brush, and I'll dip it in a small amount of paint thinner. And I want this paint to be just like water, a liquid. Turn that brush. It pulls it to a nice sharp point. See how sharp it is? And it has long bristles on it. Okay, let's go up here. Now, here and there, put in a happy little tree trunk. Just drop them in, wherever you want them. Maybe there's one that lives right there. And let these old trunks just sort of wiggle and jiggle and carry on. We don't want them all to be future telephone poles. Keep them moving. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little more of the paint thinner. Okay, maybe up in this old tree, there's a big one that lives there. Turn that brush as you're pulling this down. Turn it. Allow it to pick up all the color that's underneath. There we go. And we're going to cover up most of that. We're not really looking for a lot of detail right here. Just some basic shapes. Let's go over in this one. Don't want him to be left out. Give him a little trunk. And maybe here's one sticking out through there, like that. One right there. Maybe it goes right off the canvas. We don't know where it goes. All right. Now then, I'm going to take another round brush, and I want to begin highlighting some of these things and really making them stand out. So start off with a touch. This is titanium white, and then I'm going to pick up a little bit of the phthalo blue. And maybe I should say that a little stronger. A little bit. Whew. It's like the red. It is very, very strong, very powerful. It'll eat up all the white in the world in just a matter of a second. But see, tap that brush. You really want to get a lot of paint in there. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Now, I want this painting to have both some cool colors in it and some nice warm colors. So let's go right up here, and I'm just going to use the top corner of the brush and begin tapping on all kinds of little things like that. Maybe I'll add a little more white to my color so you can see it a little better. There you go. There. See, just all kinds of little frosty things. Now, if you have trouble making your paint stick, add a small amount of the liquid white. So you just sort of dip it right down into a little liquid white and then go back through it. And because this is a little thinner, then it will stick very easily. Takes very little pressure on the brush. There we go. Now then, right here maybe lives a happy little bush. See? See? There he is. This is what keeps a little rabbit warm in the winter. He's got to have a place to cuddle up and be cozy. Don't want him out here in this cold. We're going to have snow down here. Now then, I'm going back to my other round brush. And with it, I'm going to a little bit of yellow to the bright red. A little yellow ochre. Cad yellow. And then to the red. Okay, let's go back up here. Now right here, where this nice glow is, I want to use some nice warm colors. Just let them sort of bounce through. Just let them bounce through. Add a little more. Look at there. Look at there. See them? Just let all those little things happen. And work in layers. Maybe on this tree here. See the lights playing through there? Look at there. All those little colors. Beautiful little things happen. This is all the yellows with a little bright red. Now, since our light's coming through there over here too, we'll sparkle these up with a little color. Still working in layers. Indian yellow, a little bit of the red. Let's go right up here. Put a little bit out in here. There. So round brush makes some fantastic little leaf effects for distant trees. I really like it for distant trees. There we go. Don't want to get too much. Don't like that. Now I'm going back to my round brush that has the blue and the white on it. And let's begin playing some of those colors right into it. So it just looks like a light striking over there on the side. Every once in a while I'm going to add a little bit more of the liquid white so it sticks. Easy. Okay, right here. We just sort of let these come together. Look at that. All the little warm colors and the cool colors are all playing together there. Okay, let's go back over here. Maybe there's a happy little tree. And we can just quickly drop on a few little things here and there. Think about some basic patterns. Just don't throw things on at random. There's one right there. Wherever you want them. And you can put as many or as few in your world as you want. Now, if you want to look like they're hanging down, use more of the brush and just tap downward. It's also a super way if you're painting weeping willows. They're beautiful trees, and they're probably one of the easiest trees there are to paint. There we go. See, all kinds of little hangy downs. Okay. Now, while I got this old dirty brush going here, I'm just going to pull a little bit of this color, just like so. I begin thinking about the lay of the land out here. And all we're doing here is just putting in some base color. We're not really concerned about what it is at this point. There. Just some happy little things. it's picking up some of those browns and all the colors that we have in the trees and pulling all that out too. But it gives you a feeling of the lay of the land, and it gives you a starting point, something to work with. Okay, let me find my fan brush here. We'll get him, and let's begin putting in some details. We'll go right into titanium white, a touch, just a touch of the bright red. Okay, now then, you have to make some big decisions. Where's the snow? Let it begin playing, pulling it across. See, use very little pressure, and that color that's underneath shows through, and it automatically will make beautiful shadows for you. There's always little bumps and stuff. See there, just create all kinds of happy little things. There comes one. I see one right there. See, then blend it out a little, just like so. And come right on across. And you can just keep going with them, however many you want. There's another one. Just layer after layer after layer. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun, make some big decisions. And what else do we want in here? Maybe we will have a happy little cabin. You know me, I'm crazy about little cabins. So let's try that. I tell you what, we'll paint the cabin. Let's use an old big brush today. We'll take the 2-inch brush, pull it through the paint. Now I'm using the dark sienna and the Van Dyke brown, and just mix them on the brush. See, when you pull it, wiggle it, both sides, and then sharpen it, just like you would a knife. Just pull it right through there, and look at the sharp edge. Look at that. It comes to a very sharp chisel edge. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make a big decision. Where's your little cabin live? Or maybe today we'll have a big old cabin. Now, I'm going to do the back eve. Welcome back. Glad you could join me today. You know, they say that time really goes by when you're having fun. And here we find ourselves on our last show of this series. So I thought today, you know, since I lived in Alaska so long, I'd do a special Alaskan painting. So if you come on up here to the canvas, I'll tell you what we've already done. Now, I've taken a black canvas, as you can see. We painted this with just a flat black acrylic paint, allowed that to dry. And then on top of that, I've put all different kinds of transparent colors. I've put some, right in here, some alizarin crimson, over in here, some phthalo green, phthalo blue and green mixed all over the canvas. So it's completely covered with a thick paint. So it's all ready to go. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me. And I think today we'll do some northern lights. So come on up here and let's get started. I'm going to use the old fan brush today. So probably one of the best ways to do this is sort of take, and you can just, on this black canvas, you can draw in some basic shapes. And if you've never seen the northern lights, a lot of times they're in what they call curtains or just layers. Now, if in your part of the country there's no such thing as northern lights, you can do the same scene, leave the lights out, and maybe put a little moon in the sky, and it'll be just as effective. But once again, for my friends in Alaska, today I want to do a northern lights picture. Start with the old fan brush, go right into titanium white. Now we already have all those beautiful colors on the canvas, so all we need is white. Let's go up here. Now, decide where these curtains or these lights are going to be and just begin tapping. See, all I'm doing is just tapping and tapping the color in, and make your basic shapes. Just very basic shapes. And put a little more paint where you want it to be a little brighter. And we have one coming right across here. And I'm just tapping titanium white on there. Sometimes there's little ridges and they bounce around, and there it comes. See, just right on around. Right on around. And maybe we'll have 3 layers of lights in this painting. And you can have as many as you want or as few as you want. It's up to you. Up to you. Now then, this is where the fun starts. Let's take a 1-inch brush, and I'm going to begin grabbing this and lifting it upward. Just grab it and pop it. Just pop it up. Okay, there we go. Now already you can see it begin picking up some of the different colors. And here, like so. Let's grab this one, lift it up. Well, Johnny Horton wrote a beautiful song about northern lights. Northern lights were running wild in the land of the midnight sun. And I lived there for over a dozen years, and that has to be one of the prettiest countries in the world. God was really having a good day when he made Alaska. Now then, I'm going to take the 2-inch brush and go all the way through this and lift up, all the way through. Follow the same angles, all the way. Look at that. There you go, and you can pull these as high as you want them. And some parts of the country, they don't see a lot of color in northern lights. They see maybe only whites or yellows, and you can do yours that way. Where I lived, right outside of Fairbanks in a little town called North Pole, sometimes we would see lights in every color in the rainbow. So that makes it a little more interesting. So I figured if I did a bunch of colors, you'd find your color in here somewhere. Okay, you see now right in here, this is where the crimson was, and you have sort of a lavender feel in here, and blue in here. Over here, there's a little phthalo green mixing with a phthalo blue. Makes some beautiful, beautiful colors in the sky. So let's wash the old brush. Give it a shake. Then just beat the devil out of it. And no painting of Alaska would be complete without an almighty mountain. Take a little bit of black, a little bit of phthalo blue. We'll even put a little Van Dyke brown in there. Very dark. Pull it out flat, cut across, get that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. You have to make a big decision. Where does your mountain live? Maybe right there. Takes very little paint because the canvas is already black. There, see? Put little bumps and hills and valleys, whatever you want in your mountain. Just drop it in there. Like so. And scrape off all the excess paint. You really, really can't scrape too hard. Then we'll take a large brush, grab it, and pull. This just basically removes excess paint. The more of this paint that you can get off, the easier the next layer is to stick. So take off all of it that you can get off. This is also an excellent way using brush strokes to begin laying out your highlights and shadows. See? See how you can pull all kinds of effects there? Maybe you want to see. And you're not committed. You can just keep changing this and playing with it. Maybe you want a little shadow. You can see there. It's that easy to find out how your highlights and shadows will look in there. Pull it through, or you can just keep going till you spend all day just playing there. Okay. Now then, let's use our old knife. We'll go into titanium white and a little bit of blue. Just a small amount of blue. There, just enough to tin it good. Pull it out very flat, as flat as you can get it. Get tough with it. And come across, get that little roll of paint right down to the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's have some snow just coming right down the side of this mountain. Wherever you want it to go. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just let it flow. You want that paint to break. Want all these little holes left in it. There you go. See it? And you can wiggle that knife and cause all kinds of little effects to happen. Let it go. Okay, right up here on the top, we want a little bit of snow right up here. There. It comes right down. Maybe it joins together. You have to make big decisions here. There we go. Okay, now maybe there's some light striking right over here on that little ridge. Let's begin with our shadows. For the shadows, we'll take the blue and the white, mix it together. Like so. Well, maybe we'll make that a little bit lighter. It's still a little dark for what I want. That's much better. Cut across it, our little roll of paint again. Okay. Now then, no pressure. No pressure. Just let it barely caress the canvas. And just begin laying in all kinds of little things. Anywhere you want a little ridge, just drop it in. This is your painting, your world. And you can do anything that you want here. A little bit right back here. See? Now we can take this one and pull it distinctly through, and it pushes that one right back. Did you know you had that kind of power? Could you push mountains around? Boy, when I go home, the only thing I can push around is a chair, but here I can push around anything. Mountains and trees and rivers. There we go. We'll put a happy little peak right up there. Right up there. Now we're using a very firm paint here. We want this paint to be as firm as possible. Look at that. Okay, now see this little point here, it needs to have its own private shadow. And if it doesn't have its own shadow, then it won't stand out like an individual. And you can just bounce it back and forth here and play. Shoot, look at there. Maybe there's another one. There's right there. As many or as few as you want in your world. This is your creation. But each one of them, see here, now once again, right here, we need to have another shadow. See, there we go. And all the time, this is mixing with that beautiful color that's underneath. It allows all kinds of things to happen. Now, let's take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I'm going to gently, gently tap, following the angles in the mountain. Always follow your angles. And tap more down here at the base than you do up here. Up here, you just barely want to whisper it. Down at the bottom, you want to tap it a little bit harder. If you begin collecting some paint on your brush, just beat the devil out of it, and that'll remove the excess paint right off your brush without going through a lot of cleaning. There we are. See how soft that's beginning to look? Over here, you follow these angles. Always pay attention to the angles in your mountain, and that's what you're looking for. There. Now then, very gently lift upward. This takes out all those little tap marks, softens, blends, creates the illusion of mist. Just like so. Isn't that easy? You have one fantastic mountain. Big son of a gun. Big old mountain. There. Okay. Now we can play some more. Let's find us a fan brush. I think we'll just go right into this mixture we had before. We made the mountain with it. It was black, phthalo blue, little Van Dyke brown. Just mix them on the brush. Load that brush full of paint. Look at all the paints in there. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's some happy little trees live back here. These are far away, and all we're looking for is just little indications, little evergreens that are far, far back in the distance. Far away. There. There we go. Okay, let's get a little more paint. So you're using the top part of that brush and just tap downward. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Now you don't want to kill all this misty area. If you kill this mist that's right up here, all that'll happen is these trees will run right into the mountain. You want them to stay separated. So don't kill your misty area. Save them. They're precious. They're good friends. Right here in this mountain area, they may be your best friends. So cherish them. There we go. So now if you get these too far apart, they're going to begin looking like fence posts. So if your little evergreens that are far in the distance begin looking like fence posts, chances are you just don't have enough. Add a few more and see if it doesn't help take care of that little problem. There we go. Isn't that easy? We got some happy little evergreens living way back here in the distance, all the way across. Now then, we can take another fan brush, and I have several of them going here, so I don't have to Don't have to continually wash them. We'll take a little blue and white. This was just a little of the shadow color that was left over. Let's go up here. I want to just pop in some indication of some happy little tree trunks. Just on the bottom. Touch it, pull it straight up. Just touch, pull straight up. Very lightly. Very lightly. Just enough to create a little light area down here at the base of these trees. Just makes them a little prettier. So you're playing light against dark, dark against light, continually. Continually. That's what painting's all about. Now then. Now maybe, way back there in the distance, we can start playing with a little detail. We'll take that same old black color, just put a lot of paint in the brush. Just black, blue, a lot of paint. Look at there, that brush is really full, okay? Let's go right up in here and we'll just pop in a few little bushes. Don't want to kill all the little tree trunk areas that you made there. Just a few. See, that little light area now is your separator. It's your divider. There. Just like so. Now then, I'll go back to this fan brush. It's got mainly white on it. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add at least a little touch of the liquid white to it to make it a little thinner. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want some bright things happening here. So I'm going to take this and begin pushing upward to create just some happy little grassy areas back here. Allow it to mix with that color it's underneath, all the blues and blacks. So it creates all kinds of little things. There we go. Maybe it comes right along in there, wherever you want it. Maybe there's one out there. We'll have this one go up. Just sort of make a decision, let it happen. Now then, let's take a 2-inch brush and I'm just going to tap it into a little of the titanium white. Just gently tap it. You see? Okay, let's go up here. Now, I want a happy little reflection to live right underneath here. All you need is white because the color is already on the canvas. Just pull it straight down, and start where you want it to be the brightest, and then work outward in both directions. And automatically, it'll get darker as it works away from that area. Now with a clean brush, pull it down firmly, like so. Just pull it straight down, and then go lightly across. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Now then, we'll take a little bit of liquid white and a little bit of titanium white and mix it together. Pull it out flat. Get a little roll of paint on the knife. Tiny little roll. There it is. And let's go up here and just put the indication of a little snow. It's laying right along the base of that. And just barely touching the canvas. Just barely touching it. And allow it to mix with that color it's underneath. Don't fight these. Just let them happen. There we are. Okay. Now maybe, tell you what, let's play a little. The blue and the black on the fan brush. Maybe right here lives an evergreen that's a little bigger. He's a little touch closer. And we'll drop him in right there. Just like that. And he lives right out there. We'll give him a little friend. We don't want him to be lonely. He's just sitting right here watching the northern lights or aurora borealis, whatever you want to call it. It's easier to say northern lights. And I'm going to take a little touch of that blue and white mixture and load it on the fan brush and come right along here and just put the indication of a few little highlights. These trees are far away. I don't want too many. If you get too many, just take your dark paint, go right back over them. It'll eat it right up. All right. All right. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's put in some bigger trees. Same old color. Just use the blue and the black. Mix it well. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe. Yep, I see a big tree that lives right there. Start with just the corner of the fan brush, work it back and forth, back and forth. And as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure. Down here, you're getting tough. Oh, you're really taking out all your frustrations down here. There we go. Just really bang it in there. And maybe there's another tree here. See, start with a corner, back and forth, back and forth. See, and I think everything's like people. I've made so many fantastic friends with painting. I think everything's got to have friends. Trees and bushes and everything needs friends. Everybody needs a friend. I'm going on the other side over here. Shoot, let's get crazy. I want one that goes way up and goes all the way through this northern light. Now, there's as many different ways to paint northern lights as there are painters. This is just one interpretation. This is what they look like to me where I live. Really makes a beautiful painting. And these black canvases, when you change the light source, the painting changes. You put this under 3 different lights, and you'd almost believe you had 3 different paintings. It changes that much. It's almost unbelievable. And at home, try these black canvases with any transparent color. Now, I've got letters that have asked me, how do I tell what color is transparent? There's a very, very simple test. In fact, I'll tell you what, while the camera's right there, I'll show you. Take a color like blue. Bring the camera right in here so we can see. See, if you take this blue and rub it on here, that still looks black. That color is transparent. Now then, let's take a color, okay, let's use bright red. That's a very opaque color. Now, when you put it there, whoo, see what happens? That color is not transparent. It will not do for what we're trying to do here. That's a good test. Of course, now we got a red spot on the canvas. Hey, paint another tree. Trees cover up a multitude of sins. We'll have another one. Yeah, we'll put him right here. He's right there. There he is. This is still the blue and the midnight black. Just blue and black. Okay, I'm going to get a 1-inch brush. We'll use it for a little bit. Take that same color, the blue and the black. Shoot, we'll grab a little bit of this lighter color and put it in there. Pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. It's a very dark blue. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe we're going to have some happy little snow-covered bushes. So all we're doing is just beginning to lay in some of the very basic shapes. You're not looking for detail yet. Only very basic shapes. Very basic. Okay, let's go right over in here. Maybe there's a happy bush. Yep, that's right there. Comes right on out. Or just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. You can have as many or as few. Just let your imagination take you. If you've never been to Alaska, you're to go see it. It's almost unreal. I was born and raised in Florida, and I was almost 20 years old before I ever saw snow. And my favorite uncle, Uncle Sam, he sent me up there in January. Thought that would be funny. It was funny. I got off the plane. The first thing I did was stepped on the ice and fell on my bottom because I didn't know how to walk on ice. Now I'm taking some liquid white and going right into titanium white. Pull it in one direction. We'll put a little tiny bit of blue into that. One direction. Look at all the paint that's on that brush. It's really full. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you begin picking out where all these little bushes live and just barely touch, give it a little push, and create all these little snow-covered bushes. In Alaska, they have ice fog. And ice fog occurs normally when it's about 30 below or colder. And it covers everything. everything with frost. It is so beautiful. Trees look like they're in full foliage. It's so beautiful, and the light plays through it, and all these little ice-covered frosty things, they act like prisms, and they break up the light, and you see all colors in the trees. In the dead of winter, you can see you have to go see it. I can't explain it all to you. It's so pretty. Boy, there's a nice bush. Just grows right out of that brush. And we'll put another one right there. There they go. Just drop them in. Just happy little bushes. Happy little bushes. There. Well, with the completion of this painting, this will end the 8th Joy of Painting series. It's hard for me to believe that we have over 100 shows now. Over 100 shows. Taking a little blue here, put a little highlight on these trees. I really hope you've got to see all the shows. If there's any of them that you've missed, you'd like to see them, give your station a call. Let them know. Let them know what you want to see. And when they need some help, give them a hand. There we are. Let's go over to this tree. Don't want him to be left out. There. Just here and there. Don't kill all the dark contrast. That's what makes it pretty. And you know me, I got to have a little cabin in here. So maybe with all this paint I have on here, I'm going to scrape out just the basic shape to get rid of that loose paint. It's also a good way to lay out your initial cabin shape. Start with a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and I'll mix some dark sienna right in that. Just mix them together. Pull it across. Need a little front on that cabin. A little bit right along here. You know, and as we're winding down this series, I'd like to take just a minute and thank the people here at the television station. We have one of the finest crews in the country, and they make some of these beautiful television shows. And you never see them. They never get a thank you. But if it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be any show. A little bit of brown and white here. Just to put some highlight on him. Give him a little door. Bloop. Now then, tell you what. Let's put some snow up here on his roof. Bloop. Just like so. And that gives us a quick little cabin. We can just bring some snow right down like that. See how easy that is? Let's put some snow over here on the other side of the roof. We don't want that one to be left out. Put that wherever you want it. Okay, maybe some's coming there, just like that. See? And pay attention to your angles when you're laying the snow in. Angles are very important, very important. There we go. See, just put all kinds of little snow things here. Okay, let's go back in here, pick up some of the liquid white, go right into my titanium white, load the brush full, and let's pop a few more little bushes right in. Work in layers, completing the most distant part of your painting first and working forward. Just like so. A few little bushy things over in here. And we're on the verge of having a completed painting. You can take the knife, scratch through, let some of these little sticks and twigs show. And this one's about done. Once again, I'd like to thank you for being with me during this 8th Joy of Painting series. We have the 9th series under production already, so we'll see you again. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless.